where we dive into authentic conversations about ourselves and our community, exploring topics that uplift and inspire us. From personal growth to social change. So grab your teacup and get ready to join the conversation. We are back, part two, Diddy's trial or sentencing. Gonna jump right into it. Let's get into it. Okay. Diddy will earn his fate today. Diddy's up for sentencing. Drop those teacups in the chat when you come in the room. Lift your teacups up to be filled. Diddy's tea is being spilled today on the trial, on the sentencing.
Free game, and the timing of it all makes sense as well, because I'm sure he didn't have time during the trial phase to have talking to inmates on a daily basis because he was preparing for trial. But post sentence, he's had enough time to create and begin facilitating it to the other individuals in the building, and of course, at the end of the day, help him ultimately because he's not going to be able to benefit from any type of courses because he's going to have to serve a day for a day.
Yep.
85%.
For you. This is from Ray Santiago. Can the president pardon him?
Well, yes, he can. At this point, Mr. Combs has been convicted. And so now, if the judge wants, excuse me.
You think he's going to do it?
Nah. I think there was conversation about it, and then Trump said something to the effect that maybe Diddy was on the opposite side of the political spectrum as him. So I think Mr. Trump's going to leave that one alone.
What did you make, Dr. Hendricks, of the video? So we've been playing it a little bit. Have you ever seen that before, where a video has been put together highlighting the achievements, the career, the volunteer service, the benefits someone has provided to a community? Have you seen that? Has that?
Sorry, sippers, if it's a little low.
I've not seen it before, but obviously we're now living in a technical
whatever
age,
you're
and may start something. I'm sure other individuals who have access to footage or B-roll or photos that they may be able to show their goodwill in the communities that they come from across the country, they may be able to establish something like that, like Mr. Combs is doing, to show his human side. And this should be something to illustrate for all individuals that are being incarcerated across this country, that they may be humanized and that they may have to take responsibility for their actions, but they still can contribute something to society as they move forward. So I think this is a good thing that he's doing to show his human side, even though he's convicted of the two counts that he was. And I believe that this could be a start of something in the future for other individuals who are facing federal and state time.
Sierra, there's a lot of question, a lot of feeling about the emotion there today, right? So there's a poll up that says, how do you think Diddy will react when he hears his fate? 37% say he'll be emotional, 29% say calm and composed.
So the warden says that he feels Diddy's gesture of submitting that production of him in other environments outside of them looking at him in the freak off way and things like that will encourage other convicted people to also do the same, to maybe be looked at in somewhat of a better light despite their charges, convictions, etc. What do you guys think? Drop that in the chat.
20% will say shocked, 14% say defiant. What is the feeling outside that courthouse? What has been the feeling during the course of this trial? There are complicated emotions for people. I think a big part of it was, the Sean Combs that we knew the Sean Combs that was beloved, the Sean Combs that was renowned, to hear the allegations against him and to hear what he was convicted of was a shock to many people. And it kind of goes into that poll about, does your feeling about him change? Does your view on him change? But there are complicated feelings where people don't believe the victims in this case. There are people who don't believe he should have been convicted. There are people who believe he should have been convicted across the board. What is that feeling that you're seeing from outside the courthouse and as you've been covering this trial?
I think it's hard, right? Because the reason that we all are following this case is because we know the name Sean P. Diddy Combs because he was a celebrity. And that's really what it is. When we know a celebrity, we know them from afar. We idolize them because of their music or movies, etc. And we don't necessarily know what's going on behind closed doors. But now with this trial, with everything seemingly out in the open, it does, to your point in that poll we spoke about earlier, change the course of public opinion in regards to P. Diddy and the allegation and now conviction that he has. So I guess it remains to be seen what sort of reaction Diddy himself, Sean Combs, will have when this sentence is handed down. As for what's going on right here, I've seen a little bit of everything. Earlier throughout this live stream today, I've heard multiple people running up and down the street yelling, "Free Diddy." So there are still supporters here for P. Diddy. Additionally, I just saw a man moments ago who came over live streaming and said, "I've been watching Law and Crime. I love you guys." So you know we have people here who are watching our live stream down at the courthouse supporting what we're talking about here. So it's an interesting juxtaposition of emotions here on both sides.
I want to get 2 quick points from both my guests before I have to sign them off. Sierra's going to stay with us, of course. So there's an update here, Dr. Hendricks, from court, Nicole Westmoreland. There is no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you. Judge asked Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele says, Brian Steele, one of his defense attorneys, we wanted his children to come up, then show the video. Judge says, please come forward. My name is Quincy Brown. He's my father. So we're about to hear from Quincy Brown.
Yes,
no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison?
Well, I mean, of course, the defense is going to say that because, you know, they don't want their client to be behind bars. So, I mean, that, but in terms of him, you know, being held accountable for his actions, and the judge is going to have to make that decision, and that's why they have the high responsibility of being a federal judge, is that they are going to be able to measure all of the information based on the evidence, based on criminal history, based on what he can bring to the table in the community later on in his life, and ultimately that judge is going to have to make that decision. So, but I'm not surprised that his defense attorney said there's no public benefit from it. So I mean, and that's a question for a lot of different individuals who are incarcerated. But ultimately, he's going to have to take responsibility for his actions, and it may include some jail time.
They're moving pretty quickly, Safa, through these statements from family. Quincy Brown says, this is his son, he is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Next up, my name is Justin Combs. I ask you give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. I talk to my father every day, every other hour. Next up, I'm Christian Combs. I'm the one who most resembled my pops, my mannerism. My whole life I studied my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world, my superhero. Is this going to have an impact on the judge's decision, Safa?
I think it's most certainly going to have an impact. And I think that this, in part, is going to be the defense's strongest tactic to get the judge to come in alignment with their sentencing request. Right now, what you see is obviously the children of Mr. Combs who are really delivering heartfelt, heart-impacting, and pulling at the judge's heartstrings for leniency for their father. And these are the individuals that truly have firsthand relationships and that will be impacted the most with Mr. Combs' absence. So I think that what they're going to be saying,
I'd like to add to that, Sippers, as far as Christian Combs. We've seen Christian, right, throughout blogs, whatever, however have you. And he does mirror Puffy, right? Now, does it always appear to be in such a good way? I believe Christian Combs also has some civil lawsuits against him for actual allegations of, you know, inappropriateness and things of that nature. Lots of allegations have came out and just, you know, scandal, rumor about Christian Combs and Chris Brown being together, doing things on Diddy's yacht, or I believe Diddy's yacht, where girls are alleging and claiming that they were aped and things like that. So that's not too much in the, way of trying to persuade the judge to not give Diddy significant amount of time, because Diddy hasn't been the best example for his kids, right? And regardless if his kids were not in the room or not, even though we have been made to believe that Christian may have been at times close to where freak-offs were taking place, allegedly. We know as we were children, right? The walls have ears, right? The streets talk. So more than likely, Diddy's kids knew of how and the ways Diddy, carried out outside of him being a dad. So I'm so excited. I cannot hide it. Okay. We're live October 3rd, 2025. Diddy's sentencing. I just happened to, while I was doing one of the parts, I'm on part 26 of the look back on how Diddy got convicted, just check and be like, well, when is he getting sentenced? And it was today. I'm like, okay, let me jump on, sip some tea, spill some tea, right? So we're live. Diddy Talks Teas. Remember, when you come in the room, sit down at the tea table, get your teacup filled up. We are sipping on Diddy's tea for sentencing. What will be his fate? Let's get it.
And what his other children continue to say will have a compelling effect on the judge. So compelling that, he'd give him time served or the 14 months essentially. Probably not. But I think that these statements from the children are going to really...
This spread I made is so delicious. So it was stuffed bell pepper casserole. It's essentially stuffed bell pepper just baked in a casserole dish, right? And so I sprinkled some taco seasoning on it and put some taco bean dip and stuff in it, Taco Bell bean dip and extra shredded cheese, and I'm eating it with nachos, and it's delicious. So I'm slapping, right? I'm smacking. Not for nothing. Not everybody, I'm not gonna say everybody. A lot of folk want to see Diddy get a lot of time. Diddy is not in the most favored. How do you think Diddy will fare in the penal system? Because remember, Diddy will now go from the pokey to the big boy pokey, right? And the warden, I've heard on other lives he's done, where he said Diddy will be treated as any other inmate. He will not get special. They say that, but Diddy's a billionaire, right? But he's saying he won't get treated special. He will be, in general population unless otherwise not needed to be, or for safety reasons. But, with the money and influence that Diddy has, it's going to go one or two ways. He's going to be really, really highly favored in prison because he got money and influence, or he's going to get bullied and punked because he got money and influence. So I'm eager to see. We're going to stay tuned and continue to sip in Diddy's tea.
Go in the judge's mind as he considers his sentence.
Safa Robinson-Ferrer, Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, thank you both so much for coming on. Really, really appreciate your expert insight and analysis into this as we continue into another hour of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. Sierra Gillespie and I will be right back. We have new guests coming on. Again, I said full day affair. We don't know how long this sentencing is going to happen, but we're covering it for you right here on Long Crime. We'll be right back.
So we're going to go back up to the talking points.
Federal sex crimes. That in and of itself is an unprecedented headline. It is the unknown of today. What do I mean by that? We have no idea what the actual sentence will be. There is no pro forma mandatory sentence here. The defense is asking for no more than 14 months in prison. He's already served 13 months in the Metropolitan Detention Center. So if the judge sides with them, he's going to be out in no time, if that's the case. The prosecution is asking for 11 years. The probation department, which prepared a report in anticipation of this sentence, they are recommending 7 years, 3 months. So there is a range here. And this is all up to the judge, Judge Arun Subramanian. It is his discretion following the guidelines. There is a lot of room here. By the way, we also don't know how long this whole hearing will last. There's a talk that it might last 4 hours or 5 hours. We're not entirely sure. We believe that Sean Combs will make a statement. We believe his attorneys will make a series of statements. Prosecutors will make statements. We believe his attorneys will make a series of statements. Prosecutors will make statements. We believe that they may even read letters into the record. We believe victim Mia, who testified at trial, will make a statement. This was allowed by the judge over the objection of the defense. And just to highlight another point, this all comes after numerous people, family, inmates, those who testified at trial, victims. Combs himself wrote letters to the judge to try to persuade him one way or another about what this sentence should be. By the way, the defense is even trying to get in a video compilation, a montage of Sean Combs. Actually, we're going to play you bits of that in the background as we talk. It seems to be very consistent with what Sean Combs said in his letter, which we'll read as well. The idea being that he has done good in this world. Think about his family, that he could be more of a benefit to society on the outside than on the inside. But then you couple that with all of the letters from the people who were affected by Sean Combs and his crimes, talking about that he should not get any kind of leniency. So there is a lot of unpredictability here, a lot at stake. We're going to cover it all. I'm not going to do it by myself. So we have Elizabeth Milner, who is inside that courtroom as this hearing goes forward. She'll be on with us later on. We're actually going to do a special episode of Sidebar. We'll talk about everything that happened in that courtroom. But we also have with us Sierra Gillespie, who is on the ground outside of that federal courthouse. And we also have with us trial attorney Aaliyah Roberts and civil rights attorney Joe Richardson. Thank you so much. This is part one of what could be my all-day panel. This could be an all-day event. I'm going to start with Sierra Gillespie, who is outside. Sierra, thank you so much for coming here, for reporting about what's been happening. Let's first talk about the scene. What is the scene like outside that courthouse? And have you noticed anybody of note about who has come there? I saw reports that the Punisher, who was one of these sex workers that had testified at this trial, has appeared outside that courthouse. Who have you seen? What is the scene like?
Good morning, Jesse. The scene here today is shockingly calm, especially when we're talking about the fate of Sean P. Diddy Combs. I mean, is he going to walk free today? Is he going to be behind bars for more than a decade? Who's to say at this point? And so I guess I am kind of shocked that it's not as rowdy. I mean, last time I talked to you, the day the verdict came down, there was baby oil, there was lube, all outside of this courthouse behind me here in the Southern District of Manhattan. So far today, I haven't seen anything like that, but I have seen a pretty big crowd. We've heard a little bit of cheering, but overall, it's been pretty quiet. Now, we do know that Diddy's mother, Janice Combs, has walked in. We know that the family usually comes in, a pretty big Sprinter van. We like to capture that and see them walking in because we do know his family has been very supportive throughout all of this. There are reports, as you said, that the Punisher, who I believe we have actually talked to, you talked to on Sidebar and then here on our previous live streams, was outside here today too. I'm not sure who else we're going to see, but I mean, we've got our eyes and ears right here at the courthouse to see what's going to happen.
So we're already getting questions in from Carter. Jesse's got his suit on. It's official. It is official. You didn't even need my suit on to let you know that this is official. But yes, I do have the suit on. Question from Picture This and That LLC. Did you really incorporate that? Picture This and That LLC. It's a good name. All right. Where's Elizabeth? Elizabeth is inside that courthouse like she has been throughout the course of this entire trial. Queen Elizabeth. She will be out later to talk to us about what she's seeing, what she's hearing. This is a very pivotal day. Before we go to more questions, Sierra, I was right about the guidelines, right? Like, talk to us about what we should be anticipating in terms of a range of a sentence here.
I think this is really interesting, Jesse, because if we go for the maximum here, it could be 20 years, right? Because we have 2 convictions. That's a max of 10 years per conviction, so 20 total. However, I don't think that's really what we're going to end up seeing. The prosecution is asking for around 11 years, a little bit more than that. And then, of course, the defense says we want 14 months, which, if you do the math, shockingly, Diddy has still been behind bars since his arrest in September of 2024. So we're at about 13 months right now. That would add an additional month about, so almost time served. And the guidelines are, showing we could have the 20 years. The recommendation seems to be between 5 to 7. So we have a huge range here of what it could be. I mean, anything's on the table really today, but again, it's up to Judge Arun Subramanian what's really going to happen. So that's why we got to pay such close attention to everything that comes out today.
And every detail. So we are getting reporting that Combs' lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, Brian Steele, they're talking next to the lectern in that courtroom. Alexandra Shapiro is standing with Nicole Westmoreland, another one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys. The prosecutors are seated at the front table. Maureen Comey, who was the lead prosecutor in this case, as we know, she has left the prosecutor's office. She is not there. Obviously, she's not a part of this prosecution anymore. We have this question coming in, Sierra, from Clarissa Schmidt. How long will the sentencing actually take? It's got to be quick, right? Not necessarily. Based on what I said, I mean, this could take hours.
Oh, yeah, I think it could take hours. We have to go through, both sides are going to want to present. We know that P. Diddy himself is likely going to speak. We don't know how long it's going to take, or as far as any of the victim impact statements, it could take hours. I mean, I have heard rumblings that it could be 3 to 5 hours. However, there were some rumors. I was talking to Elizabeth Milner this morning before she went into the courthouse that some rumors say this could even trickle into Monday. Now, I think that might be kind of unprecedented. That's a rumor, nothing concrete at all, but we could be here literally all day, and we have that prepared. We are going to be here until we have, the sentence handed down.
So, by the way, we put up a poll. We're going to put up polls as well. Did you guys miss our live stream coverage? Big time, 61% say big time, missed it. 21% say sorta. And then I'm here for Elizabeth, 18%. That's amazing. So, Sierra, we're gonna just stand by. We have more updates that are coming in. I want to bring on Aaliyah and Joe on this. So, Aaliyah, it's great to have you both here. Aaliyah, we have this question that just came in from Beauty Slay. Can they try him again for the counts that are not guilty? So, right, racketeering and 2 counts of sex trafficking. Can they try him on the counts that are not guilty, or does double jeopardy prevent it from happening? Aaliyah, I'll start with you.
No, hi, Jesse. Good morning. Thank you for having me. And no, he cannot be tried again. He was tried, he was convicted, therefore his conviction stands. He cannot be tried for the same crimes again.
Okay, Joe, I got to ask you about this letter from Sean Combs. And by the way, as I read parts of this, if you want, you can put up this potential montage video that will be, again, potentially played in court, because it kind of echoes very similar to the themes in his letter to the judge, where he basically said, I hope this letter finds you well and in good health and spirits. Again, this is the Judge Subramanian. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts to you. First and foremost, I want to apologize and say how sincerely I am for all the hurt and pain that I've caused others by my conduct. I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. This has been the hardest 2 years of my life, and I have no one to blame for my current reality and situation but myself. He goes on to say that I'm sorry can only be so much. Talks about what he went through over the past 13 months. And then he really gets into putting the blame on himself. I lost my way. I got lost in my journey, lost in the drugs and the excess. My downfall was rooted in my selfishness. I've been humbled and broken to my core. He talks about how difficult the circumstances of his incarceration at the MDC are. Says it's not to evoke sympathy, but what he really tries to focus in on the work that he's been doing behind bars. And there's a part of this letter, Joe, where he's talking, and it seems, about the benefit he could be to society on the outside as opposed to inside. He says, I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I know that God put me here to transform me. Since incarceration, I've gone through a spiritual reset. I'm on a journey that will take time and hard work. I'm proud to say I'm working harder than I have ever before. He goes on to say, today I humbly ask you for another chance. This could be what he says in open court today, and we believe he's actually going to be allowed to wear civilian clothes as he does this. By the way, this is images of when he did the marathon back in the day. I have two questions for you, Joe. A, how much of an impact will Sean Combs' statements, this letter, have on the judge? And B, if this letter and if this video is allowed in, I have to wonder, is the judge going to look at all that and say, yeah, all the good that you did, all this time with your family was at the same time you were committing crimes? And I'm curious, again, the overall impact of the letter and the video.
Yeah, I mean, of course, he's going to fall on the sword. That's what he's going to do. I think the letter, to my mind, has a better chance of making an impact because there's no presentation, and you have to figure out whether or not you really want to believe it. But it's not going to be a shiny video. He was great at making videos. He was great at presenting. He's always been good at that. And to your point, while he was doing all the good in the past that he was doing, he was beating the heck out of these women and doing some things that really he doesn't want to remind the judge of, right? So I think he's got to be careful about the whole video thing because there's no jury here today. I always thought that the jury could help him because they wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt and that he's the guy that they've seen all of these years, over the years. But the judge is not that guy. And so he has to, it's a very slippery slope to keep from coming off as too shiny and too, fill in the blank in light of everything he actually has done and in light of everything that he was doing while he was doing all this good. He's got to focus more on the good he can do in the future, not even the good that he did in the past, because while he was doing good in the past, these women were going through a private hell. So we'll see how much of an impact it actually has. My sense is the letter and his words, if he says something to the judge, has a better chance of making an impact, piercing through and hopefully coming off as sincere. The film, the slideshow, whatever it is a presentation. Whether it's heartfelt or not, there's still this veil of presentation that he's got to get around. And we all know he can present. He's always been able to do that. So in and of itself, that's not going to carry the day.
Aaliyah, we have this question from Sydney Sexton. Been watching since day one of the trial. Thank you for the coverage. Thank you so much for saying that. A question, what are your predictions on the length of sentencing? Aaliyah, obviously I'll give you the floor to answer that, but I guess the other question is, and I focus on something I mentioned before, the reason this sentencing is so significant is because of the unknown. This is not a murder case where the judge listens to victim impact statements and already has to go in and says it's going to be life without the possibility of parole. This is a case where I do wonder how much is the judge going to be persuaded by all of the letters, all of the statements? Do you think he's already made up his mind? And what do you think that sentence could be?
It's a great question, Jesse. I think that I'm thinking somewhere in the range of 5 to 7 years. The reason I think that is because I feel like that, for lack of a better term, it splits the baby. Right? So the prosecution wants 11 years. The defense wants 14 months. So 5 to 7 years will definitely split the baby, for lack of a better term, in that it shows that it's not simply you did your time and you're done.
Yeah, and I think that's a good
if Diddy gets 5 to 7 years, he's going to have a baby, okay? Diddy's been crying about getting out of jail. He's thrown everything out the judge that he can want to get out of jail. It hasn't happened. New York's a rich state, right? So if he would have been like Mississippi somewhere, he was like $5 million or whatever he was trying to give to, make bail. I think it was 500,000 or something like that. A lot of money, right? Especially to a poor place, right? They probably would have let Diddy out and said to hell with what you thought she was talking about. But New York is like, no, we are the richest state, in the United States. We're not letting you out. And there's no amount of money that you can give us to convince us to let you out. So Diddy is going to have a baby if he gets 5 to 7 years. He's going to have a baby, okay? Drop your teacups in the chat. Let me know where you are at with Diddy. being sentenced today. Okay. And where are all the sippers? But not for nothing, the video is up and will be here for eternity. So whenever you want to come in and sip this tea, you are always welcome. New sippers, become a sipper at the subscribe button. Okay. Click those notifications. Let us know that you want to sip tea with us whenever we go live, because the tea is always sweet with Tanisha. Let's get it. Diddy sentencing day. Oh.
We got a again, very similar to what I just asked. This is a question from Monica Price. Has the judge already decided, or can he literally decide in court? Your opinion about that? Some people have looked at what Judge Subramanian has done in the past, denying him bail, denying him the motion to throw out the convictions. They say, oh, that means he's really going to go heavy. So maybe he'll go 11 years. Who knows? You persuaded by that? What's your prediction?
Well, I'm sure the judge has some thoughts, right? Because it's his job to have some thoughts, but he's supposed to be moved by what happens today, right?
Okay. Say you're a career criminal, right? Diddy is suspected to be, however, never being brought up on any charges per se, really. Always getting off, you know, the shooting at the nightclub, and he walked away. Shine took the 10 years. Supposedly Diddy was the one that shot the girl, right? So never really doing a long stint in jail. This is the longest Diddy's been in jail, I believe, ever in his life. So he's already in there shitting a brick right now, having a baby, right? He's about to have his baby, okay? And so Diddy is not going to fare well. If Diddy gets 10 years, that's a person, okay, like I was saying, people that have done, you know, a long stint in their life, over their lifetime, however, or whatever have you, are, you know, less likely to cry about 10 years. They're like, I can do 10 years. I've done 20. However, Diddy's not done any significant amount of time until now. Okay. And he's crying, begging, and pleading to be let out of jail now. Right. So that's not going to be good for Diddy at all. If Diddy gets a long stint of time, he's going to lose whatever rest of his mind he has. I can definitely, you know, see that happening. Chime in, drop it in the chat. Let us know how you feel about Diddy potentially surviving more than, I give him more. If Diddy gets more than 5 years, I don't see him mentally surviving that. Not coming from never being in jail to now Diddy's a middle-aged man coming from wealth, power, influence, and a lot of money. Okay, I just don't see Diddy being able to survive that mentally.
He's supposed to have an open mind in terms of where things go. He doesn't seem like a, quote, soft judge. He didn't let him stay on the street, didn't bail him out despite 3 or 4 requests. So it's going to be interesting to see where he lands. And I think an important question, a related question, what we're asking is, how far is he going to deviate from the guidelines? Because what Ali is talking about is really something that's close to what the guidelines would be, right? You know, so what is it about P. Diddy that perhaps makes him veer much below the guidelines or veer much above the guidelines, right? And so the question is, how far away is he going to go from that? I think that because it's a circus potentially, because there will be presentations today and a longer presentation and such a potential divergence in what he could really receive, the judge really would have to have an open mind going in today because he really doesn't know what he's going to see, and it's a little bit unusual. So my sense is he hasn't decided yet, hopefully, right? And hopefully he considers, and in his rendering, he talks about what he considered, including and particularly what he saw today.
Sierra, so first of all, we're getting an update from court. Want to let everybody know we're going to have updates from court. We're going to read them to you in real time. There's no cameras allowed, but we'll let you know what's happening. Sean Combs has been brought in. He's wearing a white shirt, so he's not wearing his MDC clothes. He puts his papers under the table. He's been leaning back. He blows a kiss to the gallery. His mother, Brian Steele, is standing next to him, whispering in his ear. So we're about to start this sentencing hearing right now. Sierra, there have been a flurry of letters there has been a flurry of communication to the court in anticipation of this sentencing. What are some of the notable letters that the judge has received in anticipation of this?
He's received multiple different letters in all of this. And I guess it makes sense, right? Because both sides want a win here. We didn't see a complete sweep in terms of the conviction. We heard all of the drama there. Overall, a win for Diddy. So the prosecution wants as much time as they can get, right? So they're going to bring forth letters talking about that. But counter, the defense on the same side of things, they want as little time as they can get for P. Diddy. So of course we've noticed that Diddy himself has prepared a statement, you know, that he likely will read it if that is allowed. Then of course we have the information about other victim impact statements, talking about Cassie, Mia. There's been some back and forth here that the defense says we don't want Mia to speak. This has nothing to do with her. His conviction has nothing to do with Mia. Why are we even bringing that up? So that's one of the other additional letters. There's also information from Gina. If we're going back to the trial and talking about this, this is victim number 3, who, if you guys remember, go back in your memory bank. Initially, victim 3 was going to be Gina, going to testify for the government. Then in the final hour, the government said, we don't know where she's at. Like, we don't have her. So suddenly there were only 3 victims rather than the 4. And since all of this has come out, Gina has said, I felt that I was, pressured by the prosecution to come forward and say that I was a victim when I wasn't really. So the defense now has this in their back pocket, a letter of support for P. Diddy. So we've got multiple letters, support against some of the victims, the allegations, all of it is kind of culminating today with sentencing.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And Aaliyah, it was kind of shocking, right? Gina comes out and says I was pressured by the prosecution, but I wonder if the judge will look at that. And by the way, this is not me saying which way the judge should go. I'm just wondering, kind of surmise the judge may say. Could the judge look at Gina's letter and say, she really wasn't part of the case that the jurors found him guilty of? Like, what Gina says doesn't affect the fact that he was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. I'm looking at those crimes that he was convicted of. Or can the judge say, you know what, it does tell me a little bit of something?
I think it could go both ways, honestly. It really just depends on the judge. I think that the fact that this witness specifically keeps saying that, well, the prosecution made me feel like a victim versus actually being a victim, and then potentially writing a letter in support. I mean, to the extent that the judge considers her letter, right, it would be to give the same weight as other people who are in support of Diddy, right? I mean, Young Miami's name was mentioned many times throughout this trial, or at least in the coming up to the trial, and she wrote a letter in support as well, right? So I imagine the judge would give the same amount of weight as he would give to her letter.
Okay, so we have an update from court. All rise. This has begun. Clerk, this is U.S. versus Sean Combs. Judge Subramanian says, do we have the signed order of forfeiture? Prosecutor Slavic says, yes, I am handing it up. Judge, first I'll go over that. I have received, and the pre-sentencing reports, I'll hear from the parties. So we're getting underway right now. We have a poll up. Do you think Diddy will walk out a free man today? 58% say no. 23% say yes. 19% say hard to. So Fabiola Delgado Lebron says, Joe, I took your advice on the glasses. Mine haven't been clearer. There you go. There we go. Glasses became a big part of our conversation as we were talking about this. Yeah. Okay. Do you feel there is a possibility that Diddy will be able to walk away today due to time served? Even if he gets time served, like he just walks out of the courtroom like it's Law and Order. He actually has to be processed, right?
Yeah, he does. I mean, he wouldn't walk out that very moment. But the question would be, could he get a time served situation where technically all he would have to do is process to come out? And although it's possible, I don't think it's probable. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think he's going to get out today. I think he's going to get some amount of time, more than what the defense is asking for. Clearly, the defense, of course, is going to ask low. Prosecution is going to ask high. The judge is going to wind up somewhere between the two. There's a question as to which one he'll wind up closer to, right? Could he wind up in that 4 to 6, 5 to 7 range? that would be the sentencing guidelines? Or is this a situation where, because of how unusual it is, because of the magnitude of who Sean P. Diddy Combs is, he winds up lower or higher? I mean, those things can cut both ways. But even if he were to get free, as it were, he would still have to process out. So he wouldn't walk out that very moment, with Diddy music playing in the background. I mean, it would completely undermine, by the way, this whole idea of being somber, of being sorry, of being regretted, things like that. I think he'd have to be concerned about that as well. Even if he does get out, he would need to be somber and need to be humble, because otherwise he becomes this person that he was before, and this becomes a thing that makes everybody go, the people particularly that feared for their safety, et cetera, that were sympathetic to Cassie and others, oh, here we go again.
That's a good point. We have an update from court. Judge says, I've received the defense's reply memo of October 2nd and the letter from Mr. Combs and the video, which we're showing you right now, and the video the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciated the letters. I've received the government's letters from Miss Ventura and others, meaning, the victims in this case. I appreciate them. Now, Aaliyah, I don't know what to take away from when he says, I appreciate them. Does it signify that he's thinking about them? Does it signify that he's going to use it in his calculus, his determination, his analysis? Or he just says, hey, listen, I appreciate them submitting them?
I think the judge is very particular in the words that he used. I think by saying I appreciate them, he's acknowledging that he's received them, that he's reviewed them, and that he is going to take those letters into consideration. I think I appreciate is a better word than I've reviewed, acknowledged, and understand. It's a very short way of saying, hey, I got them. Hey, I'm looking into them. Hey, I'm gonna consider them when making my decision, but I'm not gonna say I'm considering them while making my decision.
We have an update for you, okay? Sierra, I'm going to throw this to you. So, Sean Combs' defense attorney says we're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC, where he's been housed. Prosecutor Slavic says we don't have a copy. The judge says, please give her one. Put that to the side. Prosecutor Slavic just announced Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letter submitted by the defense bullying. Sierra, that is a big update, that Mia apparently will no longer make a statement in court, because we know the defense was trying to object to her testimony, object to her statement. The prosecution did accuse them of bullying her and, characterizing her in a certain way. We can talk back and forth about her testimony during the course of this trial, whether or not it helped or hurt the prosecution. But the fact that she is apparently no longer going to make a statement in court, apparently because of what the defense said in their letter, your reaction to that?
I mean, this isn't the first time that we've heard this sort of argument from the prosecution, right? If we go back to the trial, they were saying how important it was for these women, these survivors, to come forward, not just for this case, but for any sort of case across the entire country when we're talking about sexual assault allegations. And essentially what they said is they have seen bullying, they have seen coercion, they have seen threats, all from Diddy and his team. And again, these were allegations, but basically the prosecutors say, from the start, you guys have been bullying all of these survivors into not coming forward. That's what happened with Gina. Now, of course, we do know what Gina says now. She says that it was prosecutors actually, conversely, who are the ones who are kind of making her feel as though she was a victim. But here, this allegation that Mia has been bullied by the defense, I guess we should pay attention to it and put some sort of weight into it, because if Mia truly does feel that her safety is at risk here, that's very important to consider, because she does have the right to be able to speak, and it's very important that she would be heard. But I'm very interested to see what the defense has to say about all of this, because I assume they're going to say, hey, there was no bullying here. We did none of that. We were well within our rights. So I think that's important too.
Yeah, remember, Mia testified that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs multiple times. In her letter to the judge, she said that the sentence should reflect the years of coercion, financial abuse, humiliation, physical and sexual violence, and the profound trauma that he has inflicted as a result. It doesn't take away that that letter was submitted. So the judge could still consider the letter. It's just the fact that she's not going to appear in court, I think, is also quite significant. We have an update from court. Prosecutor Slavic says, we think the defense's letter violated Your Honor's rules, again, regarding how they fought back against Mia. Judge says, I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs? Brian Steele, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, says the Reverend and Mr. Combs' children will come up and stand together. So it appears we're going to hear multiple people during the course of this hearing. Very interesting. So Stilo Suave, have any of the letters in Combs' trial been made public yet? Yes, you can see all of them. They're all out there. I was reading the one from Sean Combs as well. Aaliyah, question from Words 789. Why is P. Diddy allowed to wear civilian clothing when he's already been convicted and is in custody?
It's really just about presentation. You want the judge to consider this individual, Mr. Combs, in this case, as a person and not as a criminal, right? Even though he has been convicted, even though the sentencing is still being considered, you don't want to be sentencing someone in jail clothes. It kind of it taints the image that the defense is trying to put forth, that even though I was convicted, even though I did do these wrongs, I'm still a father, I'm still, a person of the community that wants to support the community, and I want to be looked at and considered as such.
Going back to questions as we wait for more updates. So just submit your questions on YouTube. We'll make sure to answer them here on air. Okay, this is from Dungaroo TV. It's a good question. Joe, are there any precedents that could give us an idea of how long Combs' sentencing will be? I mean, that was battled back and forth by the prosecution and the defense in their memos, their sentencing recommendations, looking at past cases. I think it is interesting and notable to talk about the fact that he was only convicted of these crimes as opposed to these crimes in connection to an overarching racketeering conspiracy case or a sex trafficking case. There was the question about whether or not he would even be brought up on those charges, the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, what he was convicted of, if those were the only charges, if they weren't connected. But he was acquitted of the most serious charges. So when we're talking about precedent here, purely on these prostitution charges, is there precedent on what the range could or could not be?
Yeah, there's precedent on the charges themselves, but there's not precedent on this particular individual, who he is, how this happened. They made a very interesting argument. It was unsuccessful about saying, hey, he was just a guy that just liked to watch things happen. He should never have been convicted on even the things that he was convicted on. So if it was just about the precedent, someone is convicted for this crime, if that was the case, the sentencing guidelines are 4 to 6, 5 to 7, right in there, and the parties wouldn't be deviating from them too much, right? But that's what's so amazing about this. What's being asked for is so divergent. I think it suggests that either there's no precedent at all, or there's distinguishing elements that say you should deviate very high or very low from what the charges themselves would normally warrant under this circumstance. So there is precedent, but there isn't. I hate to talk out of two sides of my mouth here because I feel like I am, but Diddy changes everything. He makes things look different potentially. And he makes for an argument. He can say all these things that I can do in the community. The other side, the prosecutor can say all the damage he'd done because of all of the things that were brought before the court, even though he wasn't convicted of those things. There's been a whole lot of discussion from Mia to Gina about people, acquitted conduct being considered and all of these other things. So he really changes the calculus on what would normally be a precedent based on the actual crimes themselves. That's a clear question. The more complicated question is, how does Diddy change the potential precedent or get rid of it altogether?
Some updates in courts. They're going back and forth about who will be allowed to speak, in the sense that the judge says, look, I overruled the defense wanting to exclude Mia, so what about who the defense wants to call in? It seems like the judge is going to allow the children and a Dr. Johnson, this Reverend doctor, to speak as well. He's going to be thinking about the others. Okay, got a super chat question. Thank you so much. Super chat question from Free. I'll go to you, Aaliyah. This is from Free. Does Diddy get to go last with the video and the letter? So will he make the last statement and provide his letter or his statement as well as this video that we've been playing in the background?
As we've been speaking before, I'm not sure that the video actually comes in as far as the sentencing is concerned. I think the judge saying that he received it and reviewed it. It's probably as much as we're going to receive regarding the video in the sentencing hearing today. I also think that it depends on the judge and his preference and what he wants to hear. Is it normal or customary for the defendant to have his statement last? Sometimes, but the judge might want to hear from the victims last. It really just depends on how this judge wants to run his courtroom.
This is such an interesting update that we just got in. The judge is talking about what he can and cannot consider. This became a big topic post-verdict and going into sentencing. As to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered, meaning regarding all the conduct that supported the racketeering conspiracy case and the sex trafficking charges. There is no guidance from any court on this, the judge says. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. That's a good question here, right, Joe? What can the judge consider here? Can the judge consider the beating of Cassie Ventura in that 2016 tape? Did it really support the jury's findings with respect to transportation to engage in prostitution? You asked me, it seemed that it was more about, was that sex trafficking? You know, the transportation to engage in prostitution felt, was Sean Combs transporting sex workers and these victims for the purposes of sex work? If there was a money trail, voice notes, text messages, you could prove that case without even the 2016 video. But should it be considered for purposes of sentencing?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's really, really interesting here, because I believe there's overlap between the crimes that they were trying to convict him of. So even though you're not supposed to have acquitted conduct considered, if you're considering me a statement, if you're considering certain things that really went towards the other crimes for which he was acquitted, how is it not arguably acquitted conduct? It's things that would go to both transportation as well as the criminal conspiracy, which he was ultimately acquitted of. How is it not crossing the line and being in that gray area there? So he's not supposed to consider acquitted conduct, but I think that there's such potential for overlap here. The judge is going to have to be really careful about what he actually does consider, what comes in, etc., in that regard. And I think that there's argument back and forth. I mean, that's why there was objections about certain people's information and letters coming in, because there's a question as to whether or not this is about the acquitted conduct for which he was not convicted. And so it's an open question. Certain things aren't supposed to get in, but there's so much crossover and overlap. I think there's gray area, and I think it can be muddy.
Sierra, we got a question from Dungaroo TV. What do you think the repercussions will be for Sean Combs after all of this blows over? I guess the question would be, putting aside the sentence, let's say he's released, you know, let's say he gets 14 months and he's released, or let's say he gets 2 years, he's released. He comes out. What are the repercussions for him? Because he could still lead a life. He still has a career. He still has businesses. He's got over 60 lawsuits he's got to contend with. But what are the repercussions in your mind after covering Sean Combs for such a long time?
I think that this is such a good question, right? It's really why all of us are interested in the case in the first place, because to see the downfall of someone like P. Diddy, who prior to his arrest was literally receiving the key to New York City, where we are right now, and now he's behind me in federal court. I mean, it's a major fall from grace. And that begs the question, what's going to happen? I mean, he's already been in jail for more than a year at this point. Whatever happens with sentencing will happen. He'll serve his time, he'll get released, whatever. But I think the big question here is what's next for his career. I mean, we know that P. Diddy is undoubtedly very charming. He, charmed the masses with his huge music career. On top of that, we're talking about some of the brands that he had in regards to alcohol. Then there was his clothing line. And since all of these allegations came forward and some of the civil lawsuits, he has seen a bit of issues as far as the business side of things. So I guess that's really the question. Will he be canceled from all of this? Will his career be completely gone? Honestly, I don't think so, because just being down here at the courthouse, there are still supporters for Diddy. There are still people who say, yeah, Diddy is a father figure. People will make up their minds and say, I'm done listening to it. I don't want to hear anything he puts out. I'm never going to buy another Sean John item ever again. But then some people who are the diehard fans will help continue to perpetuate the future of his career. I think it's kind of a wait and see situation.
That's a good point. So again, the judge is considering whether or not acquitted conduct could be considered for purposes of sentencing. The judge said acquitted conduct can be considered. He cites a Second Circuit case and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under a specific legal statute. Now, the U.S.'s objections, they argue for the criminal sexual abuse guideline. We'll learn a little bit more about this. Aaliyah, how does he tackle all of the civil lawsuits that he's facing?
Well, he has a reverend in the courtroom. Maybe he should pray about it, because that's probably the only way he's going to get away with all these civil lawsuits. As we know, in civil court, the burden is significantly less than in criminal court. In criminal court, you have to prove that the prosecution has to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil court, that is not the same. That is not the same. It's a significantly lower standard. And I think the evidence that has been proffered and has been presented in criminal court will undoubtedly be the foundation and the support for these civil lawsuits going forward. I think that he should call his reverend and call his accountant, and, you know, that's all I've got for that, because he's going to be fighting these for a very long time.
Look, he's trying to battle it each case at a time, or several cases at a time, basically, you know, motions to dismiss, or saying, how can we fight against people suing him anonymously? If you can convince a court that they shouldn't proceed anonymously under a pseudonym, those people may decide, hey, you know what, I don't want to make myself public. I don't want to go further with the case. That may end it. So it's a tricky battle, and it's a lot of cases. Question, Joe, from Dropping the T. What's everyone's thoughts on what he may get? So I haven't even given my perspective here, but I'll just tell you, Joe, I'm curious your thoughts. I don't think he's getting 20 years. Okay, I don't think the judge is going to go well past. But I also have to say, something that really needs to be considered here is the fact that he did this multiple times. I think that's a key point, that it wasn't a one-off. It was a pattern of doing this with sex workers, payment. It became a system. And I think whether the judge considers the use of violence or considers the use of drugs, it's how many times he did that which makes it aggravated, and why we may see something closer to maybe 5 to maybe even 7 to 10 years. I mean, is that totally outside the realm of possibility, Joe?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility at all. Diddy was a tyrant, man. You know, he did some things he shouldn't have done. He'd done them over and over again. I've said to you a million times, I'm still trying to figure out how he didn't get convicted 20 years ago with the Shine situation. And you know, back then he goes through what he goes through. He does a religious album, and you know, and I've learned my lesson and all. We've been through all this before. We've seen. I already know what all of this is like. So there's a possibility that the judge is a little less sympathetic because of what happened and how habitually it happened. And we all kind of know that the fact that he had the resources between that and the prosecution really overshooting this thing is really how he kind of escaped. Regular you or me probably wouldn't have gotten off from these things. Okay. And so, you know, literally the judge can see there is a path. I can see a path where the judge could be pretty hard on, because not only was he convicted of 2 crimes instead of 1, but there was, to your point, this redundant, repetitive thing. He acted lawlessly. And does he really learn his lesson if he walks out before Christmas this year? This becomes this soap opera telenovela story with this happy ending. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Cassie and everybody else are scared to death. Their lives are ruined, destroyed. They've had to completely rebuild. There's something that might be unfair about that in the eyes of the judge. And so therefore, he could deviate up from the guidelines. We'll see what happens, but I certainly see a path for it.
There is some more updates from the court. Judge says there's little precedent on what type of threat is required, but bodily harm makes the most sense. Concrete harms. To force Jane and Miss Ventura to engage in sex acts, does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? There was the flight from Cannes. Judge says, did that meet the requirement of bodily harm threat? There was evidence of that in the case with respect to the hotel nights and freak-offs, but in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declines to apply the cross-references. Since I can consider it, it does impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Combs' marking of pads as legal That was troubling, but the intention is not clear. The government should have pushed to clarify it, so I will not apply the enhancement. It's a lot of back and forth about what the judge considered here regarding the sentencing. I think the legal pads were with respect to what was found, I think, in his jail cell. But it does go to a larger question here. Sierra, as someone who covered this case and covered this trial, there are those who will say this is a victimless crime. Transporting sex workers for sex work? Who was harmed as a result of this? I think the judge is kind of talking about that in a way.
This is really tricky, right? Because all the things we've been talking about so far on the live stream, the allegations that we had as far as, racketeering conspiracy, all of that was, he was acquitted on those counts. But we still have all of that kind of in the back of our mind with the testimony from some of those victims, when we're talking about Cassie, Mia, Jane. I don't want to come out and say that this is a completely victimless crime. However, I do feel like that's what the defense is saying in all of this. He's done his time. Let's give him 14 months, so he only has about a month left here at this point. That's their argument here. But then when you take a look at all of the victim impact statements, we heard the drama today about Mia, but of course we have Cassie Ventura. When you take a look at those things, it's really hard to ignore that it does seem that there were victims in this case. That is what they were even called as far as, the court transcripts, victim 1, victim 2, victim 4, all of those things. And so I don't know, it's very muddy. And I think that's why we have this sentencing hearing today, so that we can hear from both sides, because that's really what it's all about, right? Hearing from both sides about their arguments here. We ultimately do have a conviction here. There has to be some sort of sentence. I don't know that I can say it was victimless. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, it's interesting. We just got this update from the court. The judge says the government objects to the probation department not considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overrule this. Made Combs' coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. Now, Mr. Combs' objections. Okay, Aaliyah, that's interesting, right? So first of all, as I mentioned before, the probation department recommended 7 years. It seems, if I'm reading this correctly, I like to think that I am, if I'm reading this correctly, it seems the judge is characterizing the victims in this case in a certain way. And that could be a sign of where the judge may be going with this sentence.
I think so as well. I think just from the court of public opinion, a lot of people deemed Cassie to not be a victim because she received a check, right? That was a lot of the testimony. That was a lot of the cross, rather, when we were in the trial. Oh, Cassie's fine. Cassie received $20 million. This other individual, Jane Doe, she's fine. She's receiving benefits, travel and lavish and luxury. So in that sense, it kind of feels like the judge is like, well, yeah, they're victims, but kind of, but not really. But if he keeps this same idea in mind, I'm expecting to get a sentence even less than 5 years. It kind of seems that the judge is like, well, yes, there's a conviction.
Get transferred from MDC. Per the First Step Act, they want to send you to a prison within 500 miles of your release address. I presume it would be a low security prison. If in California, most likely Lompoc or Terminal Island here in San Pedro. If it's the short sentence his legal team is asking for, probably 3 years or less, with good time, together with what he served, he may say, I'd just like to finish the rest of my sentence here.
Yep, very consistent with what Dr. Hendricks was saying. I think we're working on getting Sierra Gillespie up as we do. I just want to go now, Rich, to Bravado Agency. This question, the super chat question, Rich. Judge Subramanian, clerk for Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She embraced her judicial role with the solemn responsibility of following the law. How might this influence affect Judge Subramanian today?
Action, although she was, of course, one of the significant Supreme Court justices of our lifetime and a great place to clerk. Judge Subramanian, I think, has been trying to act within the scope of the law throughout these proceedings. I think he wants to follow the law, and obviously no judge wants to get reversed, so they always try to follow the law. So I do believe he's going to do his best to consistently adhere to the legal principles and guidelines. That said, at the end of the day, he has some discretion in sentencing. That's what sentencing is all about. That's why even the proposed the PSR is in a range, and he can go outside of that range, acting consistently with the law. So he will try his best, and we will see what he comes up with.
Well, I'm here with Sierra Gillespie as well. Raises an interesting question. We got this question here from Lunawolf WY. Do you think, Sierra, do you think people will protest and or riot if he gets the max time? So I guess they're referring to what, 20 years in prison, which seems unlikely. You're outside that courthouse. You're looking at the scene. I hope for your sake and everyone's sake that doesn't happen. But what do you think?
I don't necessarily think that there's going to be a 20-year sentence here today. I mean, I think that seems pretty extreme. We could maybe rule that out. However, I could see if there is a lengthy sentence that the people here, just based on the vibe, could do something. I mean, last time I was here when the verdicts came down, I know I keep talking about this, but it was very notable that people were squirting baby oil and lube at the courthouse here, the federal courthouse in the Southern District of New York. I mean, it's New York. Anything can happen here. There have been people up and down the streets yelling, "Free Diddy." There have been people running behind me in my live shots and pointing at the monitor saying, "That's just," you know, people do not mind coming up to us.
Armand Wiggins was one of the guys that was outside. Everybody made like a spectacle of it. Armand pouring baby oil on himself and stuff when Diddy's conviction came down or whatever have you. So yeah, that was a mess.
People do not mind yelling. I mean, so I think there are a decent amount of Diddy supporters here. And if there was a sentence that wasn't great P. Diddy, I'm not surprised if I'm going to hear some people yelling. Maybe I'm going to see some more baby oil and lube, shouting. I mean, there are police barricades and there are officers around in case things do get out of control. And again, when the verdicts came down, there were police officers here who had to control traffic. There were so many people, and it had a heightened sense of security here. So, I mean, I guess we'll wait and see what the sentence really is, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get some outbursts from people here in New York.
And just so you know, I pay those people very well to say those comments about me. But that's a side note. Justin, got a poll question we put in. Put it up. Do you believe Diddy's claimed transformation? 63% say no, it feels like damage control. 19% say yes, people can grow. 11% say hard to say. 7% say maybe. The reason I'm posing this question to you is because Diddy, in his letter to the judge, talked about how the MDC changed him. Talked about the good that he can do on the outside, how this has been a transformative moment. We haven't heard from him in court yet, but look at this. What it seems to be, people are very skeptical about this idea of him being transformed. Your take on it?
So I can understand the skepticism. I've been to prison, and a lot of people make a lot of claims. I can understand it's in his lawyer's interest to talk about the transformation. I think they're doing a pretty good job. I'm a believer or buyer because we're beginning to compile some evidence from people inside of that prison who are willing to put their name to a letter that says, he is impacting me, he is helping me. There are people that go to prison who play the victim all day, they blame, they excuse, they watch television, they do nothing to try to contribute. So I find it very helpful. I find it positive that while he's been in this really difficult detention center, stripped from his family through his own bad choices, he's making the most of the experience. In my opinion, that's the biggest mitigation argument that he has. There's no doubt how much his children love and support and miss him. And I can understand a judge might say, if you were so concerned about your children, you might have given more thought to your conduct. I've been to enough sentencing hearings to know. So the children have done an excellent job. I think his lawyers are doing a very good job of doing what they're paid to do. To his mitigation, avoiding problems, which you shouldn't be rewarded for if you're compliant, but still a lot of people are not. The best thing he has going for him, even if it doesn't directly impact his sentence today because it could influence a case manager down the road, is the work that he has done while he is in custody to provide value to those who have not had the opportunities, the benefits that he has had throughout a lifetime. I think it's real. I think it is significant. And I think the judge may comment on it. But if not, you could expect a case manager down the road to be influenced if he continues to do it. It just doesn't stop at sentencing. He's continuing to build a record for the rest of his life, frankly. This isn't a legal strategy for him. It is a mitigation strategy for his children, for his family. But I think it's very genuine what he's done, and I think it's very encouraging. I would just encourage him to continue, whatever the number is today.
So, provide a statement in court today. It may echo what his letter said. I was playing before his apology. You can tell me how Sean Combs appears, how he looks, but you got to tell me what the emotion was like in the courtroom in the past hour. We're reading about it. We're hearing what his children, his attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, that they were sobbing, but I don't know if it's really doing it justice for what the feeling is like in that courtroom. Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. Well, when Sean Combs first came into the courtroom today, you know, we were knowing what the tone would necessarily be. Would he come in? Would he appear confident? Well, when he did come in today, he was kind of in, civilian clothes. Now, he wasn't in the MC jumpsuit or anything like that. He was wearing a tan sweater, white undershirt, dark pants, all of his tattoos covered up. He waved at his family and he did prayers, hands to him. And I noted even in my notes, because we're not allowed to have electronic devices when we're in the courtroom, just about how nervous, to me at least, he seemed while walking in. And I can only imagine how he feels being in that predicament. He is facing sentencing. It could go, I think a lot of people obviously are anticipating what that sentence will ultimately be, but you could tell like it felt like the weight of the world was on him. And then I think, Jesse, honestly, when, you know, we had an attorney speak before Nicole Westmoreland came on, that was Jason Driscoll, really kind of honing in on kind of some of the legal arguments. But I was very surprised, honestly, to see Nicole Westmoreland get so emotional during this sentencing, you know, and it really kind of began when she started talking about Revolt Television and all of Sean Combs' accomplishments. Something that the defense, I feel like, has been using this as a way to kind of appease to not only the judge, but possibly the public in terms of when it comes to just wanting people to not think about this case, not think about the trial, not think about these allegations, but more so really just talk about his accomplishment and what he's done for the community, and more specifically what he's done to the Black community. And so Nicole Westmoreland really getting emotional when she was talking about how he spent a lot of time helping his community, how he helped break the chain of systemic racism, how he opened 3 charter schools in poverty-stricken areas, how he employed thousands of people. He gave opportunity to inner-city individuals. His companies were very diverse. He inspired generations to follow. They were talking about vote or die. And then Nicole Westmoreland kind of made it a little more personal, where she was discussing how some of her interests were where she was super passionate about mass incarceration. She went to an event 8 years ago, and who was the speaker there? None other than who would end up being her client years later, and that was Sean Diddy Combs. And she said that he had said something along the lines of, listen, everyone, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up, put those actions behind your dreams. And she said that pretty much changed her life. She says, Mr. Combs isn't larger than life. He's just a man who made mistakes. And then I think the tears really started to fall when the children came to speak at the podium today. And it wasn't even necessarily a situation where they were rushed over into the front of the courtroom and all had to turn. It was really just kind of a simple, casual measure. They all got up to the podium. They all stood together, and it's 6 of them, minus the 7th child, that being, of course, baby Love, who's only 2 years old. Didn't see her in the courtroom or anything like that, but I did see her mother, Dana Tran, inside there. But all the kids lined up at the podium. It's seated near the jury box, and Quincy Brown speaks first. And I think what's important to note is Quincy Brown, his biological father is actually Al Bishara, who had a relationship with Kim Porter. They were together, but Sean Combs adopted Quincy when he was very young. And then there was kind of some talk before, prior, just about the relationship between Quincy Brown and his biological father. But in terms of what he was speaking about today in sentencing, he said that he's our father. In front of us, we see a changed man week after week. We can see him evolve. Our father will never do anything to jeopardize his freedom. Now, Justin Combs spoke afterwards. Christian Combs spoke after that. But Jessie Combs is really where it started to kind of pick up in terms of the emotions again, where she immediately started crying. And I can only imagine how that feels to speak in front of not only the judge, but in front of your father, in front of a whole bunch of people in the media who want to hear what the kids have to say. Because even though we saw them inside the courtroom, Jesse, even though we've seen them in passing in the cafeteria and other things like that. This is the first time we're really kind of hearing them speak about how their lives have been impacted by Sean Combs's, the allegations that have been against him and the conduct, all of that stuff. But they said right up the front, they were like, we're not here to make excuses for him. We aren't here to excuse his mistakes. We need him in our lives. Jesse Combs talking about how she lost her mom, that her mom being Kim Porter when she was very young, and that Sean Combs promised to be there to keep them safe. Then Chance Combs spoke afterwards, and she said that we're just daughters who need our father. When we talk, he speaks with a clear mind now. He's more patient. He's thoughtful. He wants to be a better man. He wants to be a better father. He's parented our 2-year-old sister from jail, and I see glimpses of our father during that. She said our sister deserves, and that the sister being to tuck her in at night before she goes to bed, something that all kids want from their parents, right? Then Delilah Combs afterwards spoke after Chance. She said that we're scared of the thought of not having our mom and our dad in our life. And she says that these are the years that we'll never get back. She says, I know that missing years hurt because we lost our mom and they've already lost so much. So really that was kind of a time where we were really kind of seeing everyone get a little emotional in terms of people on the defendant's side, Sean Combs himself. I think it was a moment where we were kind of seeing him inside the courtroom at the defense table really kind of turn and look at his children. Kind of hard for him to keep a straight face with that. Like, he was so emotional, which I understand. He's a father, and he's a father to many children, and the kids have gone through a lot in their life. And so it was very emotional, Jesse. I can definitely say that. It was a lot of tears inside the gallery, especially on Sean Combs' side, but definitely from Sean Combs himself, too. He was very emotional while his kids were speaking.
There's a lot at stake today. It's not surprising you're seeing this. By the way, before I ask you something else, I just have to let you know the amount of love that you're getting online is quite palpable. Basti failed. Greetings, my queen. We love you in Germany. Christina Lester, super chat comment, who's been great today. Tell Elizabeth her skin is glowing as per usual. Nikki Hayes, how are you, Elizabeth? We heart and appreciate you. Anto Grego, beautiful Jesse and Queen Elizabeth. Love you guys. You make a great team. Maylin Bourbon, oh, how I miss
from the government sentencing memo, and then kind of testy a little bit with the defense's side, because he pretty much said the tone of the defense's letter in response to Mia giving a victim impact statement was just inappropriate. And the tone of that letter was pretty harsh. It was kind of the same tone and impact that the cross-examination was, where they set out in legal filing, they called her a liar, they said that she was having kind of a fake demeanor while she was on the witness stand. There's all of these things. So honestly, Jesse, it wasn't too much of a surprise that she did end up changing her mind, but I can understand why she might have been apprehensive about coming into court today, especially given the defense's response to her just wanting to give a victim impact statement, something that we see that's pretty routine in these sentencing hearings.
So, Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom. Excellent reporting. You're going to come back later on. We will see when the sentence is handed down. And also, Elizabeth's going to be on with me for a special sidebar later when we break down everything that happened in court today. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much.
We're going to drop off right there. Switch back on over to TMZ. They're back up with some Diddy stuff. Let's get on into TMZ. We're just, seeing who's talking tea about Diddy, right? So Diddy is up for sentencing today. Diddy is up for sentencing. And of course, everybody's talking about it. Thank you guys so much for Super Tea with Tanisha Talks Teas. We are also live covering the breaking Diddy coverage. Okay. I'm going to switch back over to TMZ. They're back up. Let's listen in. Remember, when you come into the room, sit down at the tea table and TMZ are paying bills. We like to thank all of the sippers for supporting. And remember, when you come in, you're going to want to sip this tea. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and click that.
To me, it would be, you've just proven you're a liar about all this remorse and self-reflection and all this other stuff, that you are just treating this like, yeah, I mean, let me out. Everything the prosecution wanted, so they clearly trimmed it down. It is interesting, what the defense is arguing right now is that the judge is wrong about the sentencing more than I think it was 7 years or something like that. And the judge is saying, and the judge was citing a case that showed that was an appropriate sentencing guideline. The defense is coming back saying, you can't look at that case. That case is different. That case involved
And I
a sex
knew
offender.
that they were going to compare Didi's case to others. I just had an intuition about that. For guidelines for sentencing, according to other people that have been sentenced in trafficking and soliciting a prostitute. Something just sent it in my spirit, and I knew that that's what they were going to do.
Who had already been convicted once, and more importantly, that person made a lot of money. I think $1.4 million off of the Mann Act, the sex acts, that he made money. Sean Combs actually lost money. So they're trying to distinguish that case so that the judge will look at a shorter range than what he's looking at right now. So that's what they're going back and forth on, whether that case applies if you actually don't make money. We will see, but it's feeling like this judge is not having the defense. We will see if the defense changes. Liam, why don't you kind of summarize, because we went down for an hour because we had to do our morning meeting.
Yeah.
So why don't you summarize?
They were on a break for a bit of your meeting.
But basically, the prosecution did what when we had gone down?
Got you. So, hold on, let me pull it. Yeah. What's up? Sorry. Jamie, can you check in the last thing I just sent, by the way? Yeah, so they were just listing off a lot more examples.
Can I get IFB in my ear?
Copy, go ahead. Sorry.
Defense attorney is saying, I want to focus on inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life.
Do you want to cover this for a new?
They're basically
Sorry, we're talking about
going
ones now on the stand.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm asking.
I know.
Go through the, once we went down, the essence of what they were saying.
Hello.
Sure. Yeah, so obviously we talked about the speaking events in Miami. We already talked about that.
Can you hold on just 1 second? My IFB isn't working, FYI. I can hear you. I can't hear Liam through my IFB. Okay.
Good. Yeah, so I mean, Shapiro was talking more about why Diddy should be getting the sentence of 135 months and was listing a lot of other cases, citing a lot of other cases.
Wait a minute, 140. That's the 11 years.
135 months, yes. 11 years and 3 months,
right.
I believe. And was listing a lot of other cases as examples of, instance from this case, why he should be getting this type of sentence, stuff like that. Combs' book, the speaking engagements we already spoke about.
Oh, no, we didn't speak about this.
I thought we did. Did we
No,
not?
we didn't. Listen to this.
Oh, yeah. So when prosecutor Chrissy Slavic started speaking on behalf of the prosecution, I'll give you the exact quote, actually. She spoke about...
wow.
I know, yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to find
wait till you hear this.
Yeah.
Wait till you hear this.
Oh, my God, where is it?
Worth waiting for, I promise.
I know, sorry, I can't find the quote. She said that Diddy has planned speaking events in Miami next week.
Next week?
Yeah. And spoke to how it was, I'll give you another quote
it's
right
just
here.
the hubris
we put it up on the site,
I'm just going to get out.
That is the height of hubris, called it.
That is so disrespectful to a judge that is awaiting, you are awaiting to seek your convicted sentencing fate. saying, and can we please like hurry this along and shorten this up, because I'm booked to be busy in Miami with my star celebrity ass, and I just like to get right back to it. This is some bullshit, clearly, la da da. So yeah, that was stupid to say.
Oh, she did say hubris.
Yeah, the quote is the height of hubris. His respect for the rule of law is just, the quote was lip service, is what she called it.
Well, it is interesting. I mean, the defense hasn't addressed that yet.
Has not addressed it yet. No.
I mean, I want to hear what that is, if it's true. But she's representing that Diddy made a speaking engagement next week.
Yeah.
Guys, I mean, first of all, how stupid to do that.
Yeah. And obviously we were looking into trying to figure out where would this be.
That's just stupid.
Yeah. We were trying to verify, where could this be? Obviously no one's going to be
It doesn't matter. It almost doesn't matter where.
Sure.
The idea that knowing if he's got this engagement, that people are going to find out about it, that it could come up and before the judge saying, "Oh, Your Honor, I know you're not going to do anything to me. I'm so sure that I'm going to book a speaking engagement." It's like waving a red flag in front of a bull to do something like that.
Thanks.
That's stupid. I mean, that's just stupid.
Yeah.
Pardon my language, but it's fucking stupid.
Yeah. And then Slavic just went on to cite a lot of what Diddy's claiming, calling BS on it, frankly. Downplays the abuse, calling it rare. It was not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time, citing a bunch of things. They took a break, and then defense started up. Driscoll was focusing more on...
you got to say who Driscoll is, because people don't know.
Oh, Combs' lawyer, Diddy's lawyer.
Right.
Was talking about sentencing disparities.
Well, this is where they get into the case the judge was using for the range he was looking at, which is 5.5 years to 7.
Yeah.
It involved a case where the defendant made money.
Right.
$1.4 million.
Right.
And Diddy lost money. So they're saying you can't use that case because the facts are different.
Correct.
And so the judge hasn't said what he's going to do. Just keep letting us know what's going on.
Westmoreland's on the stand, another Diddy defense attorney. Going
well, they're not on the stand. They're just talking.
Yes, sorry. Speaking. Going into the inspiration Diddy has given throughout his life. So that's what's happening right now.
Oh, God, I hope they don't bring up that tape on his, for him. How dumb, if that's true, to book a speaking engagement next week. How dumb is that?
Like, who's responsible for doing that? I mean, their argument can be someone in the organization did that without his knowledge.
They better say that. They better say that.
I mean, they better say that whether it's true or not.
I mean,
they whole chest.
How do you do that? You do understand what that means. It's like saying to the judge, Your Honor, you're sort of a paper tiger, that I know you're going to let me out, and I'm so confident you're going to let me out. I booked this gig where I'm going to speak to people. And you're... It's unbelievable.
Chad is saying that is extremely dumb.
Unbelievably stupid. I cannot believe that. Anyway, this is going to go faster than I thought. Prosecution's done. It is in LA, just not even 9:30. I can't imagine the defense going more than another hour.
Thank God.
If that.
Just to respond after the defense is
done.
Oh,
they did ask to respond?
I didn't. We haven't seen if judge confirmed that that's allowed, but
they could, but I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot to respond to.
And then don't forget, there's the 12-minute video that they want to show, too. Right?
Again,
which that will stop down for a little bit.
Oh, they're going to show this video in court to the judge. Guys, did you see this video? It's horrendous.
Yeah, go to tmz.com.
Yeah, push them to the site.
Yeah, it is on the site. It's horrendous. I don't get it. I mean,
people are saying it's dumb. Like, they can't believe that he did that. Some are saying Diddy's a smart guy, so much ego, very arrogant to book a speaking engagement.
But you know what you got to remember too, that he really has, in a fairly remarkable way.
Oh, we're not going to watch the entire video. I don't want any copyright. Wait a minute. Hurry, what the? I hate my kid. It better not shut down. It better not shut down. I swear to God. Okay. We don't want any copyrights, right? So go to tmz.com. We watched a few minutes of it. We'll watch whatever they put up on the fair use side of using it on YouTube and see it. If you want to see the entire video, please go to tmz.com. Okay, but over here we are abiding by all copyright laws. We get some stuff from some free sites, of course, but I don't believe TMZ is free, and I don't want to test it until I know for sure. So,
in a fairly remarkable way, dodged so many bullets, metaphorically, where, if you remember the shootout outside of that club in New York when he was in the SUV with J.Lo, got arrested, got prosecuted, found not guilty. And there was an incident in Los Angeles when one of his kids was on either the UCLA or USC football team. UCLA football team. And he threw the kettlebell
at the coach.
Yep. And skated on that. And there were other things too. No, there were other things. So he's always, and honestly, in this case, I mean, he could have faced life in prison between RICO and sex trafficking and all the others. So in a way, he really won this case.
Those are small potatoes, Mr. Levin, compared to what Diddy has been alleged to have done. Beatings and, very serious, high-threatening times when him and Suge Knight were into things, him and Tupac were into things, la-da-dee-dee-do. The, supposed friendship that he was supposed to have with Biggie Smalls and how Biggie Smalls ended up in a grave and Diddy went on to be a billionaire. Okay, lots of things and reasons why Diddy should have been investigated. I think the IRS should have been on Diddy a long time ago. The strange, suspicious deaths surrounding Kim Porter's producer of a movie she never got to star in. The producer ended up mysteriously unalived. And then her, I'll be sure, damn near unalived. Just so many things that are way worse than him throwing a kettlebell at a teacher that could have put Diddy away if potentially had been investigated.
When you need care, but time is tight, we're here for you. From aches and pains to coughs and fevers, our physicians can provide care.
So he's feeling like he's Teflon.
We asked the chat, do you
and
really
I
believe
say
Diddy
that
would
Diddy
ask?
should get time for every time that we had to suffer for listening to Diddy and the things that Diddy was doing. I think he should get at least a minute for every person that suffered having to endure and listen to this entire case. I really do.
To do a speaking engagement next week, 72% said
yes.
Yeah, that's something he would do.
Yeah, because he's always skated. And psychologically, this one's going to be a really high mountain for him to climb because he is not used to this. He's just not used to it.
He has a God complex.
Yeah.
Westmoreland's still speaking, obviously. says, in spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, a voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. And in parentheses here, it says sobs. Not like speaking about Diddy crying. This says, then there was revolt, sobs. As in Westmoreland sobbing?
I can't imagine the lawyer sobbing. Somebody's sobbing.
Someone in the crowd, maybe? Okay.
Or Diddy.
Or Diddy? Yeah. I mean, it doesn't specify who's sobbing. I guess we'll have to wait and find out what that's about.
Are there any cross references on that?
Not on this part, no, not that I've seen.
I mean, anybody?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. New York Times says, Nicole Westmoreland broke in tears while discussing the mogul's importance in their community.
The lawyer broke in tears?
Yeah, that's what New York Times is saying. Yeah. Right, fair. But New York Times has someone in there for sure. Yeah.
Jim, start talking so I don't say something I'm going to regret. The lawyer, his lawyer. When he said then there was revolt, and apparently she started crying.
If you go to New York Times has the latest update. Yeah, I got it.
Wow. This is not what I expected from them. Between the video, the moving papers about she's a liar, the 12-minute video. What the hell?
And this speaking engagement?
On the speaking engagement. Oh my God.
People are asking.
I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry, I missed
it. His lawyer.
I missed the context.
According to the New York.
Why is she crying?
I can't even explain it. She's going through his life, and then she says, and then there was revolt, and she started sobbing. Maybe we don't have the full context.
What is Nicole Westmoreland's
I don't understand.
connection to? Wait, Nicole Westmoreland is the attorney. Let me look this up. Hang on a second.
Have you ever seen
This is
a
why she
lawyer
might be sobbing.
cry
Hang on.
in court?
Well, today's October 3rd.
Yeah.
That's the anniversary of the O.J. Simpson verdict. Next question.
Everyone is putting on a performance.
But you got to put, look, being a litigator or a defense lawyer, prosecutor, it is a performance. You are performing. You are trying to move a jury, move a judge, and you are performing. But there's good performances and there's bad performances. And this, I don't know, this whole thing today, it's just like, I mean, I got to tell you, this video, this 12-minute video.
Yeah. They're asking what that is.
It's, oh, guys, it's this sappy, kissing his little kids, giving a graduation speech, doing his charity work, which is all fine and good, but it's this slick.
The messages from his kid, like.
Yeah, it's you're my inspiration. You've been kind. And I get it, and I understand why they're saying you don't paint him out to be a monster all the time, because he's not. But it's just so slick that what you think is they're trying to make you forget the other stuff. And that may not be true, but it's so slickly produced that I'm just wondering, why didn't they call some of these people just on the stand to say it? Or just to, stand there in the courtroom and say those things in an authentic way, but it's produced like Netflix. I mean, you would expect credits at the end. And I just don't see that as landing well with the judge. I just don't.
You don't think, somebody asked.
It made us, Charles and I were just looking at it, just saying, oh God, it was yuck.
And that's what our chat voted on as well.
Yeah.
That it was. Is this bigger than the OJ verdict?
No.
No?
No. God, no. No. Remember, this is not
crime.
This is not even a verdict. This is a sentence.
Sentencing. Okay.
And the OJ, no. It's not even in the same universe. I mean, you got to remember, in O.J. Simpson, people were not only interested, they were so invested because they watched it on TV. You didn't see anything here. You know, see artist drawings, but no, it's not even close to O.J. Nothing, not even in the universe. I want to hear how they address the speaking engagement. I mean, that is crazy. That is crazy. I mean, you think about the judge. You know, I've told Charles this before, but there's a phrase that I learned from a case that I read in law school that I just have never forgotten by this judge named McReynolds, who was on the U.S. Supreme Court, and he was a terrible judge. But he said this one thing that was really good. He said, an amorphous dummy, unspotted by human emotion, is an upcoming receptacle for judicial power. And what that means is you don't want judges who don't feel emotion. You don't want judges who are just kind of stoic and, you know, they're not moved by human feelings. You want judges to feel. That doesn't mean they're necessarily prejudiced against one side or another, but you want them to have emotion. You don't want them not to. I mean, that's what he was saying. So this judge, if he does have emotion, and I'm sure he does, you know, how is he going to feel like Diddy is treating him like a patsy, saying, he's just going to release me today, you know, ahead of time. So I'm just going to book a speech. I'm so confident he's going to treat me like a patsy.
It makes it seem like Diddy, somebody has convinced him, the fact that you were acquitted on sex trafficking,
He's taking the
RICO,
words right out
the
of
more
my
serious
mouth.
charges.
These other
This is just
charges.
it's not like you take it seriously until the sentence comes down. Everything you do, every reaction, every speaking engagement that you book will have an impact, could have an impact.
I'll go one further. He sends this letter. I'm a broken to myself. I replay the Cassie video every night. I can't believe I did what I did.
However, I do need to get to a speaking engagement next week.
Exactly. It just makes all the other stuff seem like bullshit.
Yeah.
It makes it all look like bullshit.
It makes it clear that I mean, you're right, that it is all theater to some extent, but you have to play the role. And now you've been exposed.
Right. He's now gone from Broadway to dinner theater.
His defense attorneys haven't even addressed it yet. You know, they're on.
I mean, they're going to have to.
Or maybe they can't.
Maybe they can't because it's true.
Right.
You know, I mean, why didn't they at least deny it?
Well,
I mean,
their
you know,
attorneys.
right. I mean, I'm thinking it's probably true.
Oh, God. But you see what I mean? It's like he's trying to show remorse. And the judge said at the beginning, you've shown no remorse for violating the Mann Act. So the judge is already thinking that. And then he's looking at this letter saying how remorseful he is about the violence and everything else, which the judge is now going to consider, and he's booking a speaking engagement. So how seriously is he taking this if he thinks this is going to be a wrist slap?
I mean, look, let's be honest. There are people who have made it seem like the Mann Act is no big deal, and he got convicted of the Mann Act, so what? And the Mann Act is a racist law, which I agree, when it was enacted, that's absolutely what it was. Maybe it even is still. But you can't keep downplaying it and not think that that's going to seep into his head, right? If everyone is just going like, hey, you got off on the big side, and it's just Mann Act, no big deal. Of course he's going to think he's going to get a slap on the wrist. Well, and especially in light of what you said, that he has gotten off with all these things in the past. So he thinks this is following the same pattern that, oh, well, they're just going to,
I think if this is true about the speaking engagement,
at the very
it's
least,
devastating for him.
At the very least, someone should have been impressing upon him, you could get 20 years.
He's not.
And of course, I got it. But at least make him clear that that is the way the law works, that you could. And then it also should have been clear to him when the prosecutors asked for 11 years that you could get something close to that. And instead of what it seems like he did was focus on what his team suggested, which was that he get, what, 14 months?
Basically,
on top of what he's already served. Or no, they wanted
14 months. So he gets
head, yeah, gets off on these things. So
at the beginning of the live stream that we did at 7 in the morning in LA, I said that almost nothing will change the judge's opinion. He's coming out with, he knows what he's going to do.
Right.
And
He's
it's
already
got
got
to
the
be
number.
something really big to change it.
A lot of big stuff has happened.
I got to say, if I were the judge, and who am I to say it, but if I were the judge, and I'm taking this case seriously, and I find out that the guy I'm sentencing is trying to tell me he's remorseful and behind my back has booked a speaking engagement next week, and I planned on giving him 5 years, 3 months, I'd give him 6 years. I change it.
You definitely round up.
I would change it.
You definitely round up.
I would round up.
At the very least,
I would round up.
That fact is a roundup.
It
may be more.
To me, it would be, you've just proven you're a liar. Self-reflection and all this other stuff that you are just and self-reflection and all this other stuff that you are just treating this like, yeah, I mean, let me out.
People, it's the same thing that this is something that he would do. He's a narcissist. He hasn't learned. He hasn't learned from what the whole.
Maybe he is a narcissist, but play it smart, dude. I mean, play it smart.
Is this showing? He's shown no remorse? So from what we've seen today, or do you think that he's?
Well, he's not said anything today. I mean, what's come again? This speaking thing to me is insane. Again, if it's true, I mean, we haven't heard the defense address it yet. But it's weird that the prosecutors would stick their neck out and say something like that if they didn't have something. If that's true, it's insane.
Sorry, it's just a lot of narcissist talk, and they're not surprising.
I want to hear what they're saying.
The audacity to schedule an interview next week or speaking engagement next week is very telling. It's all about him, zero remorse. What goes around comes around, karma period. I think that was stupid on his part, making dates to speak, narcissist and not smart. That is the point. Harvey, have you ever considered being a judge?
No. This is crazy. I cannot believe it.
Jim, mic down.
What? I gotta take a call. Okay. Liam, anything?
I don't know if my mic's still down.
No, you're up.
Might be up. Okay. So I just got off the phone with someone who's in one of the overflow rooms. First off, there are multiple overflow rooms. I'm told they're all packed, like super packed. Like everyone's in here today. She confirmed the part about sobbing. She would classify what Westmoreland did as
But why?
sobbing.
I mean, what triggered it?
I don't get the context.
I don't either.
So she's.
Why would revolt make her sob?
She said in general she's talking about all that Diddy has done to help the black community, music community, fashion community, and while she's talking about all the good he's done for all she starts to cry. The person inside the overflow room, not sure about what this did, if the judge emoted anything, but people in the courtroom are definitely wiping eyes. There's a sniff, crying. She said even Quincy, one of
his son said.
Yes, exactly, appeared to be wiping something from their eye. wouldn't say it's a tear necessarily, but during all this, you're seeing multiple people wiping their eyes. You're hearing a lot of sniffling.
Okay, I mean, maybe it's emotional.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, maybe it's just the family getting upset, and she's in it also. And but I mean, to me, what they're upset about is hearing all the good he did, and look where he is now, and where he's most likely going, and for how long. That's a good reason to cry.
Something else we were told while Driscoll was speaking before Westmoreland is that he read a text from another Mann Act. First of all, said I've the paperwork for like 300 different Mann Acts, and this is a completely different, I guess, different.
That his conviction on the Mann Act is very different from all these other cases.
He read a text from one of those other cases that apparently was very vile.
I saw that.
You saw that. People in the overflow rooms were gasping while this stuff was being read. And then once he was done reading the text, he challenged the government to find something that's even remotely similar from what Diddy
I mean, this had to do, there was some real vile language in it. And also, you know, the guy made money, $1.4 million, and Diddy didn't. Yeah, but...
Right, they're talking, that was the case where the person was clearly a pimp, right?
Yeah. And
which was not at all what Diddy was.
But the thing is...
So is that one of the cases that the government used as a...
They used it to show that the sentencing range was much wider than the defense said.
Right.
And the defense is saying it's much narrower because there aren't those elements.
That's fair.
But what the judge is saying, I'm going to consider violence. I'm going to consider coercion. I'm going to consider all of that stuff. So I think this is an uphill climb for the defense. I really do. And boy, if there's ever I'll give the benefit of the doubt. And by the judge has to be concerned about one thing. The judge does not want to be reversed on appeal. So if the judge screws up on the sentencing guideline, the appellate court can remand the case for resentencing.
Yeah, I mean,
because the judge has to follow it appropriately. So this judge can't do just whatever he wants to do. He's got to make sure that he's using the relevant sentencing guideline. So what the defense is doing right now, even if they don't convince the judge, is to preserve their right on appeal to say the judge considered the wrong sentencing guideline using a that doesn't apply here. So that's what they're doing right now.
So Diddy's a celebrity time, but is he really going to serve with the population, or is he going to be in a posh, comfy jail?
Well, listen to the Two Angry Men podcast today, because I'm going to get into that with
you love with Wix. For your words, create.
Likely not be, he will not be in a maximum security and may well be in minimum security. But there are still gang members in that. There are people who have committed violent crimes there. So that's going to be an interesting one we're going to get into. Go on.
Sean Combs has a lot of nerve to be booking anything. The nerve, the audacity.
It's breathtaking, if that's true.
Correction, he did some really bad things, and despite probably doing more good in his life, the bad things now outweigh the good. This is the same for everyone.
It may not outweigh the good. It may or may not. I mean, it doesn't matter. He's not being prosecuted as a human being. He's being prosecuted or was prosecuted for specific acts. And it doesn't matter about all the good. I suppose it does in sentencing, but you can't say the good outweighing the bad. I mean, that's usually the, I guess, I was going to say that's usually the case.
Are you talking about sentencing, or are you talking about in the balance of your life?
Right. I mean,
all that matters today is the sentencing. Yeah, over the course of his life.
They can look at his life. I mean, they will look at his life. I mean, they're going to look at it, but they're also going to look. There was plenty.
But I don't see how looking at the course of his life. There are people who commit murders who did wonderful things with their life before.
I understand.
But that doesn't matter. That's not what you're standing trial for.
I'll give you an example. Somebody is prosecuted for manslaughter, Huh? Okay.
Quincy's talking?
Invited Brian Steele to speak. Steele says we wanted
Brian Steele is the lawyer for
another
one of the
Diddy
lawyers for
lawyer.
Diddy.
Yes. Steele says we wanted his children to come up, then show the video. Judge says please come forward. The last line so far: "My name is Quincy Brown. He's my father."
Well, it feels like they're
just introducing.
No,
Right.
but it feels like this is the end of the defense case because this is what they do: is end on the video.
Yeah.
I mean,
It was
They're
said
gonna
yesterday
end
that
on that
four
video?
wanted to speak.
I
We'll see.
I agree with you. It's a terrible video, but they clearly think it's not. And you know, if this is a theatrical performance, you end on that.
So the kids come up.
You end on that. The kids come up, and then you end in the video.
Such a great dad, and they show the
You end on the
kid
video.
photos. You feel sorry for them.
All right.
If Diddy does decide to speak, it'll be right after the video.
Right.
Would it be in his best interest to speak or not to speak?
And also, they got to address the speaking.
I know.
mean, maybe they don't. Maybe they don't.
Maybe they
can't.
can't.
Maybe they can't.
Yeah. Am I in
Which
your,
will say
lane?
a lot. Which will say a lot to the judge.
Wow.
His life is not over. He could still do something good with his life.
Of course.
Oh, it's true.
Of course.
There was a guy named Michael Milken, is a guy, who served a lot of times for securities fraud and all sorts of things. Gosh, back in the 80s. And he's been out for a long time, has gone on to be one of the most charitable people in LA, in the country, and has created these foundations, the Milken Foundation. So
let's, and I know we've been tearing apart this video. Maybe that's the best spin on it, right? That, yes, he is a bad person who's done these bad things and he's going to be convicted. We just want to remind you, Judge, that he does have a capacity to do good, and he will when he gets out, which was really the point of his letter, was that I'm a changed man, and that this experience has changed me, and that it could, jail either kills you or changes you, and I've chosen to live, that I'm going to go on to do good things. So don't put me away for too long. Do what you have to do, but I just want to remind you that I have the capacity to do good.
what does the speaking engagement do to that?
I was trying to do good as quickly as I could. There's no spin on that. There's no spin doctor in the world who can try to say that that was a good thing.
Oh my God.
So we did ask again, now that we've gotten more updates, how long is he going to be sentenced for? The 4 years, 5 to 9, or over 10? We're back down to 42% say only 0 to 4 years.
I think you're wrong.
42% still say
42%.
0 to 4?
38% say 5 to 9. 20% say over 10.
No, he's not going to get over 10. And
actually, I know you're saying he's not going to get over 10. Would you be really shocked if he did get 10?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not sure I would be.
Now I'm thinking 6-ish. Ish. Just ish.
Yeah, maybe with the speaking engagement, he's trying to show that he's serious about his intentions.
Nope.
Nope.
Nice try. We have an interview at 10.
Can't stop this
Jim,
live
mic
stream.
down.
We just cannot.
No, it's part of the live stream. It's part of our show.
No, I know, but we got to play this verdict out. We can't.
I mean, we got to shoot something. Because the show, at some point, we're going to shoot the A block as late as possible.
You guys
So we need to
interested
have-
in Taylor Swift? You guys interested in Taylor Swift?
Give it about 15 seconds and we'll get the comment.
Our guest is Olivia.
I mean, you're just giving them this opening.
I mean, but Quincy's speaking as a father.
Right, as a do as I say, not as I do situation.
Certainly.
I'm just saying, is that the way you want to go when you're
he's
at the mercy of a judge?
He's there testifying to his character, right? That's it. He's a character witness.
These people get edited. All the witnesses get edited by both sides. What are you going to say? How are you going to say it? And
so he should leave out anything that has to do with women.
Well, not women, but when you say he told me to treat women like a queen, that's a rough statement when you have seen the Cassie video.
Right. Well, they're not being cross-examined. Like, no, they certainly wouldn't do that in a trial because...
It's not about them. It's what the prosecution can say when they stand back up. Your Honor, look at this Cassie video. Does she look like she's being treated like a queen? She's being treated,
but at a point
Your
that
Honor,
feels like
human
you're
garbage
retrying.
By one Sean Diddy Combs. I mean, that's the response.
Someone said not a very smart comment, but what do you expect? It's his son.
Well, I'm just saying these things.
The kids aren't going to say anything about their dad.
It gives
they
the
don't want to see
prosecution
that.
a Mack truck opening.
I see where. I see.
Yeah. Sound up.
Jesse Combs spoke about the death of her mom, Kim Porter, crying while talking. I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. Then Chance spoke, said her father has changed. He speaks with a clear mind. And Delilah spoke, is talking right now about their 2-year-old sister can't grow up fatherless. That's the latest.
So, one of the underlying themes of the defense is that Diddy was a major drug addict / alcoholic, and that until he got to prison, he was in that cloud for many, many years, and that now he is sober and sees things differently and feels that remorse, and that is a point.
It is a point. I wonder if does the judge look at that and go, I mean, look, people can only do what they can do, but you could also look at that and say, well, of course he's sober now because you can't readily get all the things he was having. You can't get booze and those drugs and I mean, you can get some.
See, that's why, if this is true about the speaking engagement, it's like
Diddy was high on his own supply when they arrested Diddy in the lobby of the hotel. Okay? So, like they just said, Diddy's only sober because Diddy's in jail.
How serious is he about anything here? If he's going to, oh yeah, I'm sure I'm going to get out and I'll start speaking next week. If he's not serious about that, is he serious about sobriety?
As he said.
I mean, you start questioning
serious
everything.
as he says, right?
Right. You just start questioning everything.
And I see what.
All of a sudden, he is reformed. Bullshit. He will go back to his ways soon as soon as he's released. He knows this is serious. He's fighting for his life. He probably doesn't even know what to do. No sympathy.
Can I stop you?
Yes.
He knows this is serious. Does he know it's serious if he's booking a speaking engagement next week?
Well, it was like the previous comment that we had a few minutes ago. Maybe he was doing it with good intentions to show that he is reformed.
That makes no sense to me. That makes absolutely no sense to me. Oh, there's playing the video?
No.
Oh.
There's 12
Your
minutes.
Honor,
Hey, come here for a
yeah.
minute, Corey. Let me just show you a little of this video. Here, don't come over to my computer quite yet. Let me pull this up.
I've got it right here if you want it.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Well, here's the advantage of doing it here. I can sit.
It's honest.
Okay, come here. This is a little of it.
What you giving to the world? I don't think you know that, man.
By the way, Putting music on it, I don't think helps.
Know that you mean something to
No.
Know that you mean something to people, like you live somewhere in people's heart.
Thank you. You wear it?
This country and this world we live in may have plans for y'all. I didn't listen to that. I don't want y'all to listen to it either. And I'm happy to say this is our third school we have opened. This official. When we come together as a people, nothing can stop us. What I want to do with my freedom is, make sure.
Oh, with Diddy's ass, y'all. People got shit to do.
Will change the world.
So I'm not gonna be here forever. Let me see when the expected verdict is supposed to come.
I got something for you. Remember I told you I had a present for you? Yeah.
I need that present. Oh.
This is a heart, because you're my heart.
Oh,
Is that all right?
okay.
You my heart.
Or not verdict.
Who shared
At one point when
At
they
the
start
end,
saying, I know.
acting like a savior, God complex. It feels like a trailer for a movie. Nope, not buying it.
I will say this. Mark Agnifilo, Tenny Garrigus, it is a formidable, it's a formidable team. And they won the trial. I mean, they kicked the prosecution's ass in this trial. This surprises me. I think this video is tone deaf.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all, I have
tone deaf.
live updates. Prosecution and the defense. This is from the New York Times, okay? So it's saying that the prosecution and the defense spar over length of sentencing for Sean Diddy Combs. Federal prosecutors and lawyers for Sean Combs. Oh, okay. We just heard this with them, with Harvey and them. I thought that this was what the judge said he was going to do. Okay. So anyway, made starkly different arguments in a Manhattan courtroom on Friday over what an appropriate sentence would be for the music mogul, who was convicted of prostitution-related charges. So Diddy's 55, should spend more than a decade in prison, is what the prosecutors contended for his convictions on 2 counts of transporting people for the purpose of prostitution. His defense lawyers called for a far briefer sentence, of course, that would allow their client to walk free before the end of the year. With tearful speeches, 6 of the mogul's children asked Judge Submaranian for leniency. Prosecutors won 11 years. His 6 adult children each gave remarks expressing their love for their father and often in tears, asking for mercy. As it played, Mr. Combs was sobbing, his hand covering his face and body heaving. Please, Your Honor, please give our family the chance to heal together, said Delilah, one of the twins. The defense also showed an 11-minute documentary-style video cut celebrating Mr. Combs as a philanthropist and an inspiring leader. As it played, Mr. Combs was sobbing. Okay. The judge opened the hearing with a series of rulings that were largely unfavorable to Mr. Combs, including that federal guidelines indicated an appropriate sentence of between 70 and 87 months of incarceration. Judge Submaranian also decided that the law allowed him to consider irrelevant conduct and evidence from the trial in determining the sentence. The defense had argued that acquitted conduct or evidence related to the charges from his trial for which the jury found him not guilty should be disallowed. Ooh. So, Submaranian, who oversaw the trial, is the judge, was nominated by President Joseph R. Biden Jr. and served on the bench for only 2.5 years. He is the first judge of South Asian heritage in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York.
And if this is about the speech, whatever the judge was thinking, he ain't going to go down from what he was thinking. If anything, he's going up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and I think this could actually push him up. That speaking engagement, you're telling the judge, you're a sap. Prove me wrong.
Calling it. They're calling it so cringe.
The video?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
totally tone deaf. This video should not sway the judge in any way.
Well, it may.
And the wrong way.
Yeah.
Piss him off. Like, come on, bro.
Can you imagine the judge is going to say, I was so moved by that video that.
Hey, what is
is there any version of
No, personally, no. Personally, absolutely not. And then on top of that, like you said, speaking engagement thing, now if I'm the judge, now I'm just pissed off.
Pissed off.
Now I'm just, you think you're taking this as a joke. You think, like you said, did you call him you think I'm a simp? Like you think that I'm just going to be, yeah, no, it's a slap in the face. The speaking engagement more so than the video for me.
This speaking engagement, I'll tell you, they better address this.
In a week? That's crazy. Like
next week.
Yes, I'm saying, you mean to tell me that you're
today's and by the way, today's Friday.
So not even. I'm like that more so than the video for me personally. But yeah.
Today he's dug himself into a deeper hole. Diddy has dug himself.
I think he has.
Oh,
I think he has.
Judge won't be messing around.
Or no, not you see. Victoria got her ears pierced.
Throw popcorn at the
She had
screen.
some big diamonds in
We just dropped a poll about thoughts on the video. Give us a few moments and we'll see what.
91% terrible, I think. And by the way, I think the way you guys view this matters. If this is overwhelming, and I know it's going to be. I just know it's going to be.
Tone deaf, not a great idea.
Oh. I mean, 5 years, 5.5 years.
Yeah, the video showed he still has a God complex.
Going to go on the low end. He may go on the low end of the just because, again, judges don't like getting reversed on appeal. And the case that they raised, it is distinguishable because of money, because of some of the things that were said. So it is somewhat distinguishable, but there are exacerbating factors with Diddy too. I don't know.
The video?
I'm now the Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels, that they are very similar, and I now have appreciation for what he was talking about. The Justice Department should not be weaponized, and Trump this, Trump that. Donald Trump forgets like that when somebody started. J.D. Vance called the American Hitler. He's vice president. And so and compliments get you everywhere. And if he's feeling threatened where he realizes this is going to go bad, do you throw the Hail Mary? Would you throw the Hail Mary? That's actually a poll. You were in his shoes. Would you play the Trump card?
Okay.
But remember, Trump already said that he's not going
He
to.
didn't say that. He said probably not.
Okay, so with that.
Stand by. We're dropping the poll now.
Do we see?
Yeah, I want to hear this.
Olivia?
Would you play the Trump card if you were Diddy? I know it sounds crazy, but it may be his best chance.
Of course, 1,000% try. Especially if you feel, like you said, that you're done for, you're toast. 6 years, he doesn't want to do 6 years. He doesn't want to do any
He doesn't want to do anything.
Anytime. So
I mean,
yeah,
he's clearly
of course.
thinking, I'm going to get out because I'm doing a speech next week. Wait a minute. 3 more years in prison?
Yeah, I'm definitely, especially.
And this is my only chance to do something.
Yeah. And he's already said once that he would consider it, and then he said maybe. So you know that he's already, the train has been turned.
Right, and what you're saying, I don't really care what the judge gives me, because what I'm banking on now is a.
Yep, I'm going to, yeah.
He's not going to, the judge isn't going to change his mind based on what Diddy says.
I don't think the judge is going to be lenient.
What are they saying?
It's closer than I thought it would be. It's ticking up. Would you play the Trump card? 58% say yes. 43% say no.
But what I'm interested in, are the 43% saying it's bullshit and you shouldn't do it? 'Cause I'm not saying whether it's a good thing, like morally or whatever. I'm just saying, if you were him, would you play the Trump?
JLo 5. I think it's stupid for him to bring up Trump.
Why?
Karen said, I can't stand Trump. To save my own ass, you bet.
There you go.
I can't stand him, but to save my own ass,
There
yes.
you go.
You want mic down?
I don't know. Yes, mic down.
RB mic down. All right.
Still nothing?
What's our status here?
I'm going to tell her to join. You guys watch the video. I told her to wait 5 minutes because she's
Okay.
about to join. She's ready.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
She has to leave soon.
Real quick, I just want to make note for those asking. Jackson is out today, so it is Corey behind the camera and myself reading the comments. Jackson will be back Monday for those who are missing him.
Jackson's partying.
He's doing what
Good for him, which
he's doing what a young guy should do.
I mean,
On a big
I would say a young guy could do it on the weekend, but anyway, whatever. It's fine.
Friday, 10
It's not the weekend. So we we told you guys we got to take just a quick break, a little Taylor Swift break. We're going to talk to a Taylor author about the new album, Life of a Showgirl. Emily would be emotional at seeing that video.
So I don't think that Diddy should pull a Trump card because, according to what we read in the New York Post, Times, however have you, the President Joe Biden is the one that elected Judge Submaranian to be the judge over Diddy right now. He's been a judge for 2. So we already know how President Trump feels about President Biden and vice versa. So I don't think that would be the wisest thing to do
I get the Diddy would be
from a political standpoint.
emotional. There was a moment shortly before they played the video, where his attorney started
The
sobbing.
judge might say, I don't even like Trump. 20 years.
What was the context there? What happened? Why Nicole Westmoreland
You ain't never seen life.
started sobbing?
Y'all ain't never seen Life. I know you have, with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence. Life. No evidence. Well, planted evidence, right? Okay. So, being that there is a, frustration between the presidents, they don't like each other. They don't like each other's political campaigning. They don't like each other's presidencies and things like that. Uh, and so you have to know your facts. You have to know your political facts here. According to the New York Post, Judge Biden is the one that elected to put President Biden is the one that elected to put Judge Submarinian on the bench. So I wouldn't pull a Trump card at all.
Yeah, frankly, I was stunned by this, and so was a lot of people that I was sitting around, because it started off with Nicole kind of almost listing off these accomplishments like a Wikipedia page would. And then as she got more and more into it, and keep in mind, Nicole Westmoreland is an African-American woman, she started talking about the impact that he was making in the Black community. And as soon as she started talking about Revolt, which was the TV channel and media company that Diddy created, she started weeping. And from then on, she even got more emotional when she talked about how Diddy had greatly affected her life, because she is a advocate for criminal justice. 8 years ago, went to a conference that Diddy was speaking at, and she said she was so touched by his words and was crying about it, and that led into the kids who came to the podium.
Did she work at Revolt? I don't know. Maybe.
No. So she said that as an attorney 8 years ago, she had a dream of advocating for the criminal justice reform. And she went to a conference in D.C., and unbeknownst to her, Diddy was there as a speaker. And he started talking about the impact you can make in other people's lives and kind of words of encouragement. But she said that had a profound effect on her, and so much so she started weeping.
Talk to us about when prosecutors said that Diddy booked a speaking engagement next week. What was this about? Give us the full context of it, and whether anybody said anything in response to that.
There wasn't a response to that, but I, of course, had my eyebrows up, as did everyone else. And it was to their point that he's not remorseful.
Right. But what did they say? What exactly? I want. It's a huge point, at least the way we see it. Exactly how was it said?
I'm just coming out of court right now. It had to do with the fact that Ms. Slavic was going over how Diddy claims that he's remorseful and how he feels bad. He's not, because he's already booked an engagement to speak in Miami this upcoming Monday.
Monday?
She didn't specify what this engagement was. There was no follow-up question to when this was booked. So it started.
Was there a reaction in court, like an audible reaction?
Or the judge?
No, there wasn't an audible reaction. The people who were sitting next to me and I kind of looked at each other confused.
Did you say Monday? Did you say Monday?
I believe it was Monday.
Holy smokes. I mean, that's breathtaking. Wow. That's what was your take? I mean, it's interesting. You may have a different take than we did. What was your take on both sides' presentation so far?
Well, the prosecution, their take honestly sounded a lot like their opening statement. And essentially their thesis is this is not just a transportation of prostitution charge. You need to look at everything. And a huge piece of what we've discussed over the past few months is violence. And that's something that we need to take into account for. And they went in.
He said he is ready to roll out. Diddy said he is ready to roll out like Ludacris, y'all.
Cassie being beaten in the CNN video of her being beaten at the hotel. About times that it was only a year ago that Jane claimed that when Diddy was under investigation, he broke down her door, was kicking her, hitting her. So with that, they say we need to be looking at all the evidence. And this is something that the judge pointed out too, although I know it's more of a nuanced point. He said that we can review acquitted material.
Right. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
what was the judge? I mean, our take was the judge was kind of leaning toward the prosecution in terms of the way they were viewing sentencing. What was yours?
It's hard to say exactly where the judge is leaning, because it seems like whenever the prosecutors or when the defense make a point, he kind of leans towards their side. My projection is that he's just going to keep it the way it is. But really the defense's whole strategy here is just to lay on the emotions thick. And it started off with Jason.
Dance is more than just using your body. So much of dance is in your expressions.
Squinting has likely contributed to my
observed kind of a nerdy guy, and he takes the podium and was, acting very confident, speaking very loudly, argumentative. And then it followed up with Nicole Westmoreland, which we just described, followed by the family and the tribute video. But we're going to hear a lot more from his attorneys. We still have Brian Steele's going to talk. We're going to hear from 2 other of Diddy's attorneys. And then we're going to hear, I believe, from a pastor. And there might even be another person after that. So what time is it right now? I think it's 1:30 Eastern time. This could go to Monday.
Oh, you think? They did say that was a possibility. Wow.
Well, he's got a speaking
that's
engagement
ruin
Monday.
A speaking engagement.
Really? I mean, what's going to happen there? I gotta say, Jacob, we had a really different view of that 12-minute video. It was cringe-worthy the way, with music and.
But what Jacob said is that the family was upset, and you expect that. But what was the reaction from everybody else in the court? I understand that the family and people on Diddy's team were sobbing. What about just the general?
It's interesting you say that. I think if you just saw the video independently, I could see how you maybe think, okay, a little cringefully. But the way that they rolled it out, I thought was pretty perfect. And like I said, by the end of it, we saw Diddy was tearing up, and really everyone was already just so emotional after hearing the kids talk. It was kind of the perfect kicker, in my opinion.
Huh. Well, wait a minute. You say kicker. Who are the new people? The new people are called by whom? Prosecution or defense?
Defense.
It's the. I meant as kind of a right. We just went into lunch. It was the perfect kicker going into lunch to really make everyone feel bad for Diddy.
So it's like it sounds like one of his pastors is going to speak,
right?
And then 2 or 3 of the lawyers, and possibly, Jake, they said a re-entry officer who would basically talk about how Diddy's been rehabilitated.
The big deal, Jacob, is the judge said right at the jump that his sentence.
What pastor is going to speak for Diddy, y'all? Do y'all think it'll be T.D. Jakes?
That his sentencing guideline was like 5 years plus to around 7 years. And that's way higher than what the defense was arguing. And this whole thing came up about, there were other cases where people got that, and then the defense was saying, well, that's distinguishable. But it sounds like the judge believes that his range is around 5 to 7.
Well, exactly, and that's smack dab in the middle of what the defense and the prosecution want. The prosecution want at least 11 years. The defense is asking for around 2 years. I think he's trying to meet them both in the middle.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know that Diddy's going to feel like 5 to 7 is.
I don't think he's going to see it that way.
No.
What do you think the chances are, based on the way you've heard it, that I know that Diddy submitted a letter that.
We've seen this video.
We see the video. Will he talk?
Everything feels like it's on the table right now. I have to say the most powerful thing of all of today was the kids talking. And Diddy has been poker faced throughout this entire trial, and he couldn't even contain himself. Christian started talking about how his dad taught him to treat women well. I saw Diddy getting visibly emotional then. And then when the twins and Chance started talking, he was just a wreck. And I mean, the kids, like I said, they couldn't even talk. And speaking in a courtroom with a ton of people, it's absolutely packed right now. A ton of Diddy's family, they have 3 rows all to themselves, way more than usual. I mean, it was just a really moving moment.
Okay. All right.
When are they going back?
About 20 minutes.
Gonna go grab a hot dog. What's for lunch?
Ain't no rest for the wicked.
I mean, there's food.
And how many people are doing this?
1,200 so far.
I can't believe there's
Are they doing it in
1,200
the
people
same
doing
place?
Yes, it's
Yeah,
in
it's,
Denver.
Well, wait a minute,
it's in Denver.
But 1,200 people end up at a Taco Bell. It's going to be a long wait.
Well, obviously they're not all going to get there at the same time.
The first like 3, I think, Taco
They
Bells,
probably-
they have to pre-order their food, and then it kind of evens out.
So Taco Bell has to kind of play along by the pre-order.
They know about they're
They're
definitely-
31 miles, and along the way they got to get. That's exactly what we're going to ask these guys. Why would you ever have come up with this event? You have to go stop it.
We have very experienced long distance ultramarathon runners to last year, our DFL, our last place finisher.
Ray J first, and then
no, Keith and
Nicole first.
Well,
and then,
yeah, Keith Nicole.
Yeah, Keith first, and then Ray. Are we doing Tim? I don't see
We
where
wanted
Tim
to do Tim, but
okay.
Yeah, we want to bring Tim back.
Okay, let's go.
but, you know.
Let's go. What do we? Keith Urban on stage, no Maggie.
You guys have Beckerman behind you.
Some news about the concert last night.
I did. We just broke.
Never accepted responsibility for the Mann Act.
Right.
Brian Steele is saying, yes, he has. He was even going to plead guilty to it without even
But
being
how is
tried.
that doesn't.
I know.
Doesn't wash.
I'm not embracing it. I'm just saying that's what he's arguing. I agree with you. Of course, you take a plea bargain when you face life.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Let's go that way if we're going to do Tim, so we're not in the background.
Where's Tim? Where's Tim gonna set up?
Guys, if you're going to do this, we got to do this now, or we're going to go back to Diddy.
Finally, a lazy boy. That's the one we're getting from. Exactly.
I literally couldn't spend it.
Yeah.
My apartment.
Sure, you found something to spend it on in Miami.
My apartment.
To speak more about it to add some context, but at its core, this is one of the most disrespectful things you can do at a sentencing. The judge has all the power, and the judge throughout this proceeding has been firm and rejected a lot of Diddy's motions, but always respectful and always showed appropriate decorum in doing so. Now for Diddy to slap him in the face and say, even though it hangs in the balance, I'm going to plan something for Monday. That means you walk out of court today is really going to offend the judge.
His attorneys did essentially ask for that. Like, that was the best case scenario, is that he would get time served.
But to think, therefore, it's going to happen.
And the attorneys are now that the prosecution's brought this up, his attorneys are now speaking to the court. And what they're now saying, they're sort of leading it up to this point, they're saying, we want, in a perfect world where he will be, is out doing good for the public, doing speaking engagements, undergoing counseling. And so there's now starting to say he was doing this, planning this, because his life that he foresees is one of helping people.
Sorry.
Even if it was
I got it.
conditional.
He may want to
help
help people. What he's saying to the judges, you're a paper tiger, and that's the way I see you. Yes. That you're not going to sentence me. This has got to piss off the judge. And we talked on our live stream, which we do every day, earlier about this. And I was saying earlier when we found out, that Diddy is going to have to now speak to the judge because he's in such a hole.
Yeah.
And now we're hearing, and
That
during this segment, that may actually happen because we're hearing he may speak.
Right, that he may speak.
And now, the question is, what does he say? Does he throw a Hail Mary and say, I'm reformed, or does he start playing for his pardon because the ball is rolling down so low?
We're going to get into that. There's a video that we got to talk about.
A 12-minute video that Diddy's team produced, and they submitted it to the court, and it was actually played in court during the hearing this morning. I don't know how to say this. When we watched it, it felt cringeworthy. We'll see what you guys think about this, but this was intended. Here's a little bit of it, and the point of this is Diddy is a good man, a family man, and a pillar of the community.
When my baby cries.
You gotta give her a bottle then.
He said the
based on
the
other
guidelines
cases.
now recommend, based on my findings of this time. Now he can go lower or higher.
But he talked about aggravating factors.
He did.
It seems odd that he would go lower than the minimum guideline.
Now, well, he talked about aggravating factors, but now Diddy's counsel is arguing why there are mitigating factors. That's what their entire presentation is about. He's a pillar of the community. He's unlikely to recidivate. All of these things, and now the judge is going to have to consider that. I think you're right. It'll likely end up in that range, but judges aren't by any means held to that
They're
range.
not bound. They have discretion. But
So we have somebody in the courtroom.
Right. Jacob Wasserman is in court for us. We spoke to him earlier about how that video played with everyone in court. What was the reaction? And also, what was Diddy wearing?
Not a dry eye inside the courtroom right now. We just heard from all of Diddy's children. They took the podium together, arms around each other, and gave, it was crushing. They all were talking about not only, of course, how Diddy's a changed man, but how much they miss their dad, but how it's personally affected each of them. And that was all followed up by a video, which I'm sure that you've seen at this point because it was entered as an exhibit.
By federal prosecutors, where the justice system is weaponized. They went into my bedroom just like they went into the bedroom of Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels.
You're not going to do that.
What if he does that?
Why, Charles? It's a Hail Mary, and it's the best
I know it's a
play
Hail
to
Mary,
flatter
but
the
you guys,
president.
we've talked all week about the fact that part of this for him is also rehabilitating his image in the community. If he does that, I get it. You're saying you do whatever you can to reduce your sentence or to get a pardon, but that's not going to play well in the community that he's trying to rehabilitate.
But it plays well in a new community.
Yes. Well, hold on.
Well, then fine.
Hold on
Maybe
now.
he moves to
There's
that
two
community.
risks. Number one, it doesn't necessarily play well in the community of fans that he had. Number two, it risks pissing off the judge even more. If you say this whole courtroom is out of order, the prosecution's out of order,
which is essential, and the judge will know.
So you are putting all of your eggs in the Donald Trump basket, and Donald Trump is many things. One of them is predictable is not.
But he's
predictable
also
is not.
filled with the
But
ability
you're
to
right.
forgive.
You're right. But he now is thinking, crap, I was going to get out, I thought, this weekend, and now it could be 5.5 years.
I got it.
So does he throw the Hail
I
Mary?
think he throw the Hail Mary because I disagree with you. I think the judge has not shown himself to act in a fit of pique. I think he has been sort of offended throughout this, but he's always maintained his decorum. And I think for Diddy, it's nothing lost.
I think if he does that, he becomes Joe Exotic, which is pounding the walls for his pardon for the next 8 years of his life, which he's not getting.
He's got no other play.
So here's where we are right now. We are live right now. Diddy has not yet spoken, but if that happens, check our website because we are going to be all over it.
All right. When we come back, the life of a showgirl. Taylor Swift's new album is out. And boy, she is saying a lot about Travis Kelce and their sex.
And the demons in the same way on the outside.
Right. Well, all of this may be leading up to Diddy himself actually addressing the judge.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what you're saying, that at that moment, like right now, he's got to be feeling like, okay, I'm getting something on the higher side. This is not going to be, I'm out this weekend, or even I'm out in the next 6 months.
Diddy's not delusional. He's watching this unfold.
Right. He's hearing everything that's happening. He knows that this is not going well for him. If he just does...
The re-entry person speaking next, apparently they're going to speak about the Miami speaking engagement thing.
The re-entry person.
We have a speaker ready to say that these are not speaking engagements. It's the executive director of Re-Entry 1.
Oh, they're going to challenge that he wasn't going to do a speaking engagement on Monday.
Well, hold on. Re-entry 1 sounds like the
No, like maybe he was going to speak in front of recovering addicts.
As part of the re-entry program, was he going to speak?
The only thing that helps him.
That helps a lot.
They have to set
Re-entry
this
1
up.
is Diddy's company?
No, it is a. I'm just saying it is a rebuild.
That helps a lot. If he were scheduled as part of a re-entry program that is part of being sort of getting out of prison on a light sentence, that's helpful to him. That's getting your ducks in a row. That's not him planning a speaking engagement.
If this is a mandated or a recommended path whenever you get out of prison to do this, so yes, in
That
the
you would
event,
set it up.
we weren't assuming it was going to happen, but in the event it did, we had to have this.
You're 100% right. That's a very conditional. If I get out, then the reentry program has me speak on a Monday. Is very different than his people booking.
Would it not be weird that the prosecutors don't know that they didn't know?
That's a great point.
Not only is it weird, I find the whole thing farcical. People get out of prison all the time and don't go and speak at reentry panels.
Well, and Charles is also right. The prosecutors are they are the Southern District. They're very qualified prosecutors. They wouldn't lead with their chin on something that is so baked in with the prison program and reentry.
It's not going to be
that it would then backfire in this way.
It's not baked in. Just real quick, it's not baked in. We know it's not baked in for every prisoner. It's not the way it works. And the judge would know that too. The prosecutors would know that too. This is something special for Diddy, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad thing. It could be something that, when you have high-profile people, this is the path they commonly take when they get out of prison.
Yeah.
It's not every prisoner, else the judge.
I don't think the prosecutors would have waved it around if it were just something innocuous.
You still wouldn't book it if that's something. Then you do it when you get out,
or you alert the court that you're going to do it in advance.
Let's say he did get. Let's say.
Yes.
Yeah,
and his lawyers would know it's a disaster. There's possible that someone who works for Diddy was off on a frolic and didn't ask his counsel permission.
But they would have said that. He's had 2 attorneys speak now, and they would have said that.
That's true
they
as well.
They didn't say it.
I mean, Diddy's made some missteps, in the fourth quarter.
This is a massive misstep on sentencing. I'm sorry.
I want to go back to one thing. We did that story yesterday about.
If you hold on,
the doctor.
If you say freak offs.
No, I do, because I just.
He is going to say freak offs.
But the reason why I'm saying this is because he was consumed with this. This was
just for 15% of his life, according to these doctors.
But that's the thing. So I don't believe it. I don't believe that.
The denominator's so big.
His life.
That's what the doctors talked about. That's what he put in this motion to the judge.
Well, I understand, but that's Diddy giving them the information. I think that the evidence shows.
Diddy will say it more. I don't think it's going to come down. He will say, "I really been learn from my errors. I will learn from my mistakes." He is not going to say, "I promise not to do freak offs anymore."
He's not going to bring it up.
Yeah, he's not going to.
I think it's gone so disastrously that it's going to be playing to the pardon. I really do, in some way, maybe more delicately than Harvey sort of laid out that speech.
Right. He's not going to put on the mag.
But he's not going to just say, I'm rehabilitated. I don't think that's enough. And I think he knows, as he's sitting through this, how disastrously it's going for him, that he knows that's not enough, and he wants to throw a Hail Mary that could work.
Don't you think that's better as a back channel than it is to get up in front of a open court? He has access to Trump.
Trump loves when you
the public thing would be bigger.
That's
for
what Trump loves, because then he can save it.
I don't know. That seems to be too ham-fisted.
Because here's the other thing. He's not going to have another opportunity potentially for a public display. If he's going to prison, how's he going to have a public display of affection?
You know who didn't back channel it? That we have a recent example is the Chrisleys. They were very publicly lobbying Donald Trump for that pardon, and he gave it to them. Now, Diddy's a much higher profile. He could do it on this kind of stage,
to back channel,
and that can work.
Yeah, that would be something. Jesus, that would be something.
What's up? Oh, yeah. I just don't see him doing that.
Not in a direct way, or in an oblique way.
I think he will make an appeal to the judge. I think he's going to feel like
that's barking up the wrong tree, man.
But he's heard the things that the judge has said that he didn't do. He's got to take. He's got to say that he's got to atone for. He's got to say, I am sorry. I do regret hiring prostitutes, and I understand that I didn't understand the Mann Act, but now I do, and I am sorry that I did that, and I'm sorry that I put Cassie through that, and I'm sorry I put.
Does
Jane
he regret asking for acquittal on the Mann Act? Does he regret all of that?
Because in his letter to the judge, he didn't mention the Mann Act at all. So
he needs to.
And that's what
he's
being sentenced for.
Express regret that he didn't understand the trauma that his acts were having for others. How much they were injuring other people. Certainly, the beating, which he has said, under the influence and terrible act. But I thought that I was committing victimless crimes, and I now realize how wrong I was.
I want to say one more thing that he really has to address if he's going to speak to the judge, is the judge clearly believes him to be a violent man. On the bail hearings, time and time again, he said, this is a man who is not safe to be in the community. Because of all the things I heard in the trial that he didn't rebut and, in fact, admitted in his closing arguments, which was brilliant strategically to get the not guilty verdicts, but has now hurt him on sentencing.
So what do you do with that?
How does he express to him that I'm not going to be violent? He's shown this movie which shows him as a pillar of the community. He thinks he's a menace to the community. How do you overcome it?
Claim it was all under the influence. That's, I think, the biggest thing. He's got to hit that I was a hardcore drug addict. Yeah. It was because he said at some point, I did it every day for 6 years or something. I did drugs. And now he can say, I'm clean.
And I've overcome the trauma of my life. He said he had a hard life.
Hard life. He's never going to overcome that. But I think that years
of my life. He said he had a hard life.
Hard life. He's never going to overcome that. But I think that the years and years and years of chronic drug use are behind him. He's been clean as over 13 months. He has no interest in going back. My life will be different. And I will participate in the parole with my probation officers. I will be tested on a weekly basis, a monthly basis, whatever it is. So once I'm clean, I'm forced to be clean. I won't have any relapses. Then.
Oh, good. Put Liam's mic up. This is the reentry. This reentry company.
Oh, you know what? No, this is still. So NBC News is reporting on what Donaldson, one of Diddy's attorneys, was saying before this reentry guy. This is more clarity. Contrary to what the government said, we do need something for him to do if he gets out today. He would answer the question with teaching engagements to help people who have been convicted to crimes to be ready. These are teaching engagements that we contacted them about if the court let him out. Them, I assume.
So they're trying to say that idle hands would be bad for Diddy, and he needs to have things to do once he gets out if he's released.
So we contacted this company.
So we contacted a company that's going to put him towards production.
It's a weird thing to say that
you could have done it right after.
We were worried that he was not going to have anything to do because we had to keep.
But he was going to be on probation at a minimum.
So if he didn't go to my question is, so if he didn't go to the speaking, what was he going to do with those idle hands? You're making it
so much compulsion. It actually cuts the other way.
So his counsel, again, I'll just say it again, asks rhetorically, what is he going to do? We need something for him to do if he does get out today. Go home and be with your family. That's the thing you're going to do.
And to Charles' point, it leans into the idea, planting in the judge's mind that unless if he has idle hands, he's going to go do a freak off unless he has a speaking engagement.
What a strange
This is a strange way to approach it.
Because they're spinning this. They've had a couple of hours to come up with an explanation.
Yeah, he says not with speaking engagements, but only with teaching engagements.
I think it's very odd. I think the judge will read it as odd.
Engagement, speech,
every speaking engagement. How does the substance abuse stuff land with you? That I did this all in. Sober for decades. He's been sober because he's been in prison.
Hold on. If the judge truly believes, or if the judge believes that a lot of his illegal activity was based on his drug abuse, there are ways to make sure he's clean. And if he falls off the wagon,
good luck. Someone who's in the throes of addiction, it's very hard.
No. I'm not. He's going to be tested, and if he tests positive, he's going to go back. And it's going to be a condition of his release is that he is tested, so they can monitor whether or not he's using it or not. And that may,
And he knows there's a hair trigger that it could.
Yeah, hair trigger in your back.
It's tough. 13 months is not a long time. It's only because he's been locked up. I think it's a hard argument to make than if you've been decades sober. It's just harder.
But let's be real. He's not getting out.
No.
Right? So that ship has sailed.
Yeah.
He's not getting out.
Playing for a lighter sentence.
Now he's just playing to the judge. He's got to say that I'm sorry. He's got to say I'm sorry. He's got to throw himself at the mercy of the court. Can he? I don't know that. Maybe he'll do the pardon thing, but I doubt it.
His letter did that. And it did sound like it was typed by him or something.
But what the judge said is that the letter never said anything about the 2 counts that he is being he's being sentenced for.
I want to go back to what we talked about yesterday. We talked about whether or not these kinds of hearings ever actually make a difference. Judge Subramanian had all the comments that he had that we've talked about all day today were written out days or weeks in advance. He knew exactly what the sentencing range was going to be. He articulated that to the court. He's now hearing from people. Do you think he can really be convinced to go one way or the other.
A good judge will leave some opening for. Look, it's not all theater.
Sure.
It's mostly
he
theater.
He did not see the speaking engagement thing coming.
That's
He
true.
Definitely couldn't.
You know what?
So,
no, that's
so
right.
I know what you're saying. That generally it doesn't change
but
the judge's mind.
He had a new piece of evidence.
You're saying it could factor to the worse only.
Yes.
Nothing has happened that will factor to the better.
Right. It could be neutral or it could be for the worse. I agree with that.
Right. If he had 6 years in mind, maybe he's pushed him to 6.5.
Such an unforced error. All he had to do was alert prosecutors, hey, we know that he's
Well, this is what the prosecutor said. It's hubris.
The reentry guy is done speaking now. They've laid out that explanation such as it is. And now it's either Diddy's going to speak or the judge is going to make his decision.
I don't think they take it under submission. I think he's ready to rule. He's heard all the stuff. It's getting towards the hour.
Would the judge say,
nothing under
submission?
submission.
Does he say, I need a few minutes to go in chambers?
Maybe to gather himself, but that's usually for a ruling. You have two motions argued. You have a motion argued, and you take it under submission, and you reveal a ruling. For this kind of thing, as Jason said, 95% of it is baked. Maybe he wants to think a little bit about the speaking engagement.
Yeah.
He may want to think something.
Yes, we would.
It's not going to take him any time. He's going to know what he's going to say.
And we probably have to. Yeah, we would break into one of the blocks if they come down now, which could happen.
It's
It's
a fascinating wrinkle.
The
movie's
stunned by
the movie.
I'm stunned by the video. I'm stunned by this speaking engagement. Actually, the video I'm not stunned by. I get that they would do, but I'm shocked that they did a 12-minute.
I'm stunned by the video because of how much video has factored into this case, and all you're thinking about is the most horrific aspect of this case is the Cassie Beanie video.
Without Cassie Beanie, there's no prosecution at all.
The most horrific thing we've thought about is how he used videos of the freak-offs to extort people and threaten them. So to then produce a video with a soaring score, it's really just, it's tone deaf. It's not reading the room of how this is all laid out.
I get some of it.
Why?
You're right. I wouldn't put the music on it. Because the music, so Mark Agnifilo, one of the lead attorneys, is now speaking. Maybe is he the warm-up for Diddy?
He might be the hype man for Diddy.
He is the lead lawyer. He's the lead attorney, so he would hype.
So he's going to introduce his client to the court, and
I think less is more.
I think Agnifilo has a lot of credibility with this judge, so he's probably going to get up there, say some kind things, sort of level set, get rid of some of the stuff that's been said before. So I'd like my client just to speak on a couple of points. It's really important.
So, real quick question: during the break, when Jacob came and talked to us, things had already been going poorly. Did they meet with Diddy and sort of reassess whether he's going to speak at that point? And did they advise him strongly not to?
I think it's a fluid conversation. I think they explain the pros and cons of speaking, and then ultimately it's got to be Diddy's decision.
He will make this. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they discussed that during the break. Like
how the morning went. The morning went very badly.
Right.
What does that factor in? And to mind, it factors in throw the Hail Mary. You say it could get worse. The speaking engagement has already made it get worse. I think we're at.
He certainly will ask.
We're at desperation levels.
He certainly will ask for a pardon. I think back-channeling that request is more likely than a full-throated, MAGA hat kind of.
I kind of agree because it's not even public because we don't have cameras in the courtroom. If you were able to speak to Trump in a camera,
it becomes It becomes a circus.
And it also puts
puts
a certain pressure on Trump to do it so publicly by making it so blatantly transactional.
He loves being the hero. He loves.
Yeah, well, he can be the hero to him regardless.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. But Diddy wants to make it look like a circus. That's the whole point. This is an overzealous prosecutor who came into my bedroom.
But you better be careful saying that. I know
he's not saying it to the judge. He's saying the prosecutors are overzealous, and so he can say that without saying, "Judge, you've been overzealous."
Protective over the process. I don't know. I think by saying that,
it threads the needle.
I think you just don't say that. You can ask for the pardon without coming down that hard on the prosecution. I think the judge will be inclined to defend the prosecutors on claims of overzealous.
I just think if you don't call him a kangaroo court, but you call the prosecutors bad actors, you could thread the needle a little bit.
Work with prosecutors every day. They have a great deal of respect for the prosecution. They would not want them.
How do you, as an attorney, have the conversation during the lunch break with him to say, it really hasn't been going well? You could be, because at some point he's going to ask, so what do you think we're looking at here? Do they say to him?
I think he's well aware with how the morning went that it was disastrous. And the conversation is, here are the pros and cons of talking.
Diddy turns to me and says, so what am I looking at here? before I decide if I'm going to speak, what am I looking at?
It gives him the range.
Well, the judge said the range in open court. He said the range is 70 months.
Do you say it? Look, from what the judge is saying,
What do you
could be looking at 7
years. He looks at the
here.
judge and says, "Before I speak,
what are you thinking?
What are you thinking?
Give me a number. You can't do. Give me. No. I said no, not him to the judge. My question was, he's going to ask his attorneys.
Wouldn't that be funny if he did that?
I love the idea of going to the judge. Judge, I've got some talking points. Tell me what resonates with you.
Yeah, we're spitballing here, Judge.
I'm rehabilitating.
And by the way,
you tell me how that landed.
On your Two Angry Men podcast, you can ask Mark this. Does he, during the lunch break, does he ask them, what's the number, guys? Tell me what you think I'm looking at.
You're only going to get so much attorney-client privilege from Mark, but the question I have, which if you can get Mark to say it, phenomenal, is what do these discussions look like? What was happening in their minds today, in Diddy's mind today?
Because it went so poorly in the morning. And by the way, did you hear the explanation they offered for the speaking engagement?
No, I was eating.
So there was a
Chick-fil-A and.
Oh yeah, how was your Chick-fil-A? It
was okay.
Grilled, the spice level.
His
good?
first time having Chick-fil-A.
It was
Just
okay.
a sidebar.
I need a little more enthusiasm, but okay.
Go to one
First
wedding.
time and you're just like, no. How about the fries? Did you like the waffle fries?
No.
All right.
So what did he say?
So back to the trial. It was a company called the company is called Reentry, and it's a teaching. They say not a speaking engagement. It's a teaching appearance where he would be talking about the things he went through and
like a scared straight thing.
They set it up because it's part of giving him some. We wanted to make sure he had something to do.
It doesn't matter.
No, it's even worse.
No, it doesn't matter what it is.
He says,
guys, it doesn't matter. What matters is
it's a horrible
he had the hubris to believe, oh, I'm getting out.
But Harvey, listen to this. They also said that if Diddy has idle hands when he's out in society, it might be bad, and he needs something to do.
Here's what he says.
Not good.
Contrary, this is Xavier Donaldson speaking up on Diddy's behalf. Contrary to what the government said, and I'm just going to say this blatantly, we do need something for him to do if he gets out today. It's like, wait a minute, shouldn't he go home and see his family? He's going to, instead of a speaking engagement?
On Monday, no less.
On Monday.
Guys, this is a disaster.
Hey, the judge just said.
Agnifilo is saying that Diddy will get the last word. I don't know does Agnifilo have that power to say who speaks last?
Is he speaking right now?
No.
Okay,
Who's
I'm going to
Miss
5 minutes.
Prosecutors to respond to all
Prosecutors going to speak,
Diddy
and then
last
Diddy.
word.
I told you he would speak.
I did.
Well, no, because yesterday they said it was the letter. But I knew that some members of that team wanted him to speak and some didn't.
And now, given how things went today,
I think he subtly plays for the pardon. I'm telling you.
This
Goes
judge,
after prosecutors.
that judge must be steaming that they had the audacity to start planning something for Monday.
It's remarkable. It's the most incredible thing. It's the bombshell. You said yesterday, I was making the point that this is already baked in. You said unless there's a bombshell. This is a bombshell.
It's a bombshell.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. If he's thinking 5 years, 3 months, he might go to 6 for this.
Yeah. It's neutral to worse.
It's like you have absolutely no remorse. You're treating this as a joke.
Right. You think you're 1 foot out the door, and you have schedule something for Monday.
And your first thing now.
Well, General Deterrence is saying everyone will not commit these kind of crimes given what's already happened to Diddy. Not specifically to Diddy.
They've seen
a life destroyed.
Yeah.
But I think specific deterrence is on his mind because he's been thinking about violence.
You and I were talking
He has been thinking about Diddy being violent.
Talking about it in my office earlier. I think there's no general deterrence. I think it shows that, especially if you're rich and famous, you can get away with anything. If he's let out today.
I don't dare second guess Mark Agnifilo. He's a great lawyer. But what I would have said is, Your Honor, he's done this time already. His life is destroyed. Please let him out today. But if you don't, then at least understand that he would never have been even prosecuted if it was just the Mann Act.
Right.
And that the prosecution did not prove their case on the main issues here and give him much less than what you're talking about with it. He's got to address that because the judge is clearly not
That's
there.
criticizing the prosecution.
But do you also go a step further? Do you also talk about this prosecution was overzealous from the start? It was overcharged from the start. That leads into this pardon talk.
Through Agnifilo, do you play for the pardon?
Yes, right.
Like Agnifilo can make some of these points that go to it's an overzealous prosecutor.
Right.
which is what Trump loves. He doesn't need to go against the judge. He doesn't need to say it's a kangaroo
Agnivillo's
court.
done that before.
Yeah, he just needs to go against the prosecutor. You don't offend the judge.
Weaponization of the Justice Department against somebody who's just been, a big and famous man.
Frankly, that doesn't necessarily offend the judge.
It doesn't.
A kangaroo court's different than that.
I literally cannot wait to hear what Diddy says now. I mean, I just can't wait.
I think we're going to be disappointed. I think it's going to be, I'm rehabilitated.
No,
This end, Diddy is looking to talk. Diddy's looking to talk. Remember, drop your teacups in the chat when you come in the room. We are listening to the sentencing. Everybody updating us about Diddy. Diddy's sentencing is today.
I think that's going to fall so flat.
Well, let me ask you a question. Don't you think he has to address the violence that the judge has been thinking about?
What is he going to
bail?
say?
Well, he says substance abuse. To their point, they say, I've been sober for 13 months in prison, and all of that was fueled by my substance abuse. And so now that I'm sober, I'm safe.
And I'll sit for drug testing once a month.
And I'll sit for drug testing, and it'll be a hair trigger, and I'll go back to prison. But if he doesn't say that, he has to address not I'm sorry, but that I'm not dangerous, because that's what has been sticking in the judge's mind for all of the bail denials and all of that.
Yeah,
don't you think?
It's not. You're right. It's not the fact he's a sex fiend. That's not why he's going to go. It's because he's violent.
It's because he's a violent man who's a menace to me. But the judge is not going to buy that.
If I can convince the judge that the violence is completely linked to the drug use, and I'm ruling out the drug use, the violence.
Now, you have to be careful because he's only been sober for 13 months because he's in prison. It's not as if he's been decades sober.
The drug use, though.
Yes. Is there any possibility the judge is going to let him out on time served?
Zero.
So he's got to deal with that issue. It's.
Well,
I mean,
I'm shocked that Agnivil's still making that request, saying, "I'm asking you to let
that's
him
what
out
I'm
now."
saying. I'm saying.
Well, that's what he argued in his papers.
I understand that, but at a point you pivot.
He might be. He's still talking, so it's possible he's pivoting.
But he started out with, "I'm asking you to let him out now."
But he made a motion, and he believes that in his papers, in his pre-sentence.
No, I know, but now you've heard the judge.
You have to.
He's got 5 years.
You got to read the room.
Can you get the judge down to 3? That's a victory.
Yeah,
that's huge. He got 3 right now.
But that's what I would.
Yeah, he wants a downward departure to 0. That's an
update. Jim, what do you got?
So he lands at 3.
We like to hear what the chat has to say.
He may put his foot in his mouth with this, while speaking, and says, "I feel like speaking makes it worse. The judge is probably done."
Can I tell you something? The judge is probably done. This Trump idea, as crazy as it sounds,
his only play.
That's something Donald Trump would jump in.
Let me tell you something else.
He can be a hero, and he loves that.
Here's something else Agnifilo said. I wanted to see how you think this landed. This has just been a devastating, destructive case for this man, my client, on the largest of stages. I think him playing the victim is not what you want to do.
It's such a disastrous
Well, that cuts
approach.
back to the video. Like,
that's saying I'm the real victim here.
It is.
On the facts of the
has
case. If you want to say the prosecutors,
it has destroyed his businesses and stained his reputation.
What's up?
The case has not destroyed his reputation.
His
the
behavior.
Fact that he beat the hell out of Cassie.
This is why, and it's a
reputation.
subtle distinction, but he can't put on the white hat. He's trying to put on the white hat of saying, I'm a victim. He needs to put the black hat on the prosecutors, and that's what plays to Trump, but not say he's a victim, because so many victims have testified in this case that that's falling very flat. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, are they ready? Okay, I got to look at something real fast. I'll be right back.
I think that's a misstep.
Anything else, Jim?
I mean, look, the judge is very smart. He knows the judges argue things in the alternative. I don't think he's going to read too much into the specific language.
Trump will save him.
Do you guys think that's legitimate? Do you guys think Trump might save him, might pardon him?
Yeah. I do. He has such a capacity for forgiveness. He's shown it time and time again.
If he said the right thing.
Yes. He has such a
Trump would.
If you prostrate yourself onto Trump and beseech yourself and supplicate, he gives in. He made his vice president a man who called him an American Hitler. There's no bigger example to me than that.
Of course. No, it's a great example. I mean,
he put him in power. He's the heir of
true for Marco Rubio. The things Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz said about him.
You got to fall in line. That's all he asks.
He would.
Kiss the ring.
I don't see it.
Why wouldn't Diddy do it to save his hide? I mean,
no, Diddy would do it.
No, I don't think Diddy would.
Cited cases, sentences of 100
135 months based on abuse. So she's
Jamie,
going back.
She's going big. She's going for the
Going
11.
back
That's
a
okay.
few
So
hours.
what Jamie was just saying is that a prosecutor's gone and said, look, we've asked for 11 years, but there are cases in which that kind of a sentence has occurred when there's abuse as
They're sticking with their 11 years, and Agnifilo stuck with his 0.
Right.
And I think that's interesting. Neither has pivoted from their
They're going back to their...
They've all retrenched to their original positions. And I actually think the prosecutors want to say less, right? The day is going so much in their favor. The judge has baked his opinion. You don't want to spike the football and upset that.
And if it seems, we haven't been clocking it, but spoke for a few minutes only. Prosecutors will match that few minutes only, rebut whatever Agnifilo said. It's going to go to Diddy, who's going to speak. And the one thing for Diddy is he's going to speak, and it's not going to be rebutted by somebody. Nobody's going to come up after him. It's the last speech.
He gets the last word, and then it's all in the judge's hands. And
I want to know why you don't think Diddy will gesture towards Trump, because he is his back's against the wall. His life, this is a 60-year-old man. If he gets 8 years.
Sippers, we're going to stop it right there. We're going to chime in. Okay, we're going to sip on this tea. If I were Diddy, I would say something to the lines of, I am so sorry, you know, how I've let down everyone, la da da. Your Honor, I do not want to spend the majority of the upper middle part of my years of life behind bars. If you could find it in your heart to please give me the lessened amount of time that you can for, you know, what I'm here today being sentenced on, I would play on it in that way. Age, things like that, you know, the judge knows Diddy has family. They played this video, la da da da, right? I would try to tug on the judge's heartstrings, being that Diddy's a middle-aged man. And who wants to be 55 and getting out of prison at 70? Okay, however long the judge may give Diddy. So drop it in the chat. What do you guys think Diddy will say? That's what I think he should say. And like and subscribe. Thank you, Sipper.
Because
I'm with Charles.
Here's why.
But he won't turn his back on the community that way?
It's the transparency.
Yes,
the transparency, Donald Trump doesn't mind that it's a transparent suck up. But Diddy cares in his own ego. His own ego cares about being so transparently sucking up to someone who he has been very critical of. That the community that Diddy wants to re-engender himself to, they also...
I hear you, but I don't think he's
critical.
I don't think he's a member of the resistance. I think he is.
But also, I just don't think it helps him. I think he can I know what we're saying about Trump, and I know how he falls for these kinds of things. But you can also back channel that. You can have that after the fact adulation. To do it now, I think I go back to Joe Exotic, who's been prostrating in front of Trump forever. Hasn't gotten
this. You can back channel all you want. But he's going to have to stand next to him when he pardons him, because Trump will want that photo op. So
this is why I wondered if, because the calculus that Diddy has to do in his head, and probably has been doing for the last 3 hours, what do you guys think I'm getting? Because it makes a difference in whether or not I speak and what I say.
Yeah.
If his attorneys turn and say, look, the reality is you could be looking at 11 years. You could be looking at 7 years.
I think that the range the judge said, which is 5 years, 10 months, 7.25. I think 6.5 is that's where the betting money is, right?
If they say that to him, then he may go, I can't do 6 years.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
I got to say something.
It's been hard enough doing 1 year, and I'm not even in a federal prison yet, right? So, although some people think that wherever he ends up, it's going to be better than Brooklyn.
Oh,
and
no.
DC.
Hold on for a second. The worst federal prisons are way better than the jail where he is, or the prison where he is.
And DC
Brooklyn
is a hellhole, for sure. But so does that mean
then
he says, I'm going to talk?
He says, all right, then I'm going to talk.
What should I say?
Yeah, and he probably asked him, what should I say? I still don't think, I just think the sucking up to Trump is too transparent. It's for his own ego. Even for Diddy's ego, he can't do it.
There's got to be some
sort of. So instead, what he's got to do is, what do I say to get the judge to soften?
Overzealous prosecution.
You know, I think there's like polymarket betting. I'm sure. Like, will he even say the name Trump? He might say, "I never thought I would feel like Donald Trump, but I feel like I'm a victim."
That's not bad. There's a softer way to do it.
There's soft ways in where you wink at Trump and not say, "Please."
It'll be picked up on
falling your knees
and not
begging.
beseech yourself. And I think he could go that route. I don't think it's wild. I think his back is against the wall, and if he's staring at 7 years, he might say something like that.
And you could say that.
Spin it.
You could say that, and also say, I really have seen how I've traumatized so many people with my choices. And I feel
right. This is how you do both.
You can do both.
You say I'm sorry, but you also say they shouldn't have come into my bedroom.
Yeah.
And this is overzealous, and it's run amok.
But it has helped me.
But I'm glad
turn my life around, because now I see the error of my ways and what I was doing and how it's impacted.
You know
people.
what a good line is? You shouldn't have come into my bedroom, but I'm glad you did. And then you sort of drop a tear.
Don't. No.
Charles liked it, man.
No.
You shouldn't have
I mean, I could see the movie playing out that way,
right.
but we'll see.
We'll see.
Fact that he's going to speak.
Some think that he's going to pardon him because it's an opportunity for him to say that I got a black man out of jail. Others are saying that there's just no way in hell. There's no way in hell that Trump would pardon Diddy after
Because he'd be getting a black man out of prison?
For the same reason. He said it. I did not. He said it.
I don't think I think he's shameless. I think Donald Trump does things that aren't politically calculated in the same way that we used to think of political calculations.
Yeah, that is undoubtedly true. Undoubtedly true.
Because
the prosecutor speaking.
The chat is split on whether Trump would act. But in my mind, he's just shameless. Yeah.
Trump would do it.
Yeah, he doesn't care about political calculations.
If Diddy gives Trump a stage in federal court to make that argument, Trump will pardon him.
Yes, but Diddy's ego won't let him.
Christy Slavic called him a master puppeteer of his own image. Yeah, but the image he presents is incomplete and misleading, she said.
Wait a minute, who is this?
This is Christy Slavic, the prosecutor.
Is this on the rebuttal?
Yes.
Well, wait a minute, what about Diddy speaking?
He's last.
He's last.
He's dead last.
She's going now, and then Diddy is last.
Nicolo
That's
spoke,
it.
then Slavic, then Diddy.
I didn't know that they gave the defense the last word.
Yes.
Yes.
That's
Diddy.
what he announced.
Diddy, not lawyers. Just
Super
Diddy.
8 about 20 minutes ago announced
that they'd have the last word.
Slavic,
Okay.
Diddy, last word.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this should be over, guys. Half hour.
She's calling him a puppeteer.
She says the prosecutor argued. Well, the prosecutor argued that the video of Mr. Combs beating his former girlfriend Cassandra Ventura in Los Angeles hotel in 2016, quote, shows the defendant for who he is. That's the defense's close.
I think ultimately he didn't convince the judge.
Which we knew they were going to say after they played that 12-minute video. Like, they were going to bring up, no, this is the video you need to focus on.
And
what's the last?
At Mercedes-Benz of Westminster, we take care of you and your vehicle. We know your time is valuable, so we cater to...
I mean, that's what it is. It's like you play the video and you say...
Yeah.
Race ipsa.
The chat is truly split about Trump, though. We dropped the poll, and it's 52.
In his opening statement. So if he did, or the closing argument. So if he did it then, why shouldn't his client do it now?
Correct. Why would he tell Diddy, don't
and just
say
throw
this?
in the president's name as part of it?
I just think if you mention
I know
him,
what
you
you're
improve
saying,
your odds.
but
I'm
he's not going to move the
answer is.
needle with the judge on anything
But
else.
but also you're thumbing your nose at the judge if you don't say those things.
No. He'll say the apology plus.
He'll do the apology.
We're saying plus.
Right.
Will he do the plus?
No, I don't think he has to say. He can't deny Cassie. So no matter what, the Cassie video's out there. He's got to address his remorse and his conduct.
Yeah, right. And that,
So he does that.
part of that
Every
is
defendant
part of that is public rehabilitation also.
Right.
Image.
Okay, and then does he take that additional Trump step?
I think he does. The reason Jason keeps saying he can back channel it, which he can. By the way, he has a lot of people who can back channel it. But ultimately, to your point of will his ego allow him and does he want to align himself with a new camp and turn his back on his old supporters? At the end of the day, if he gets the pardon from Trump, he has to stand next to him while Donald Trump talks about saving him, and there's photo ops and MAGA hats and everything. But Donald Trump will like it, or if he does it publicly, you have a better chance than back channeling. Because Donald Trump likes it.
Okay, you folks listening, if you were Diddy and you knew you were probably going to get 5 years, 3 months, which would mean probably 3.5 years in prison, would you roll the dice and play the Trump card knowing that your base is never going to forgive you and you got to find a new base? And there are plenty of people, you know, Alan Dershowitz, who went the other way.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Lots.
People have taken hard right turns.
A lot of people have taken hard rights.
Very successfully, by the way.
And so would you do that, take that hard right with the chance of getting pardoned?
I don't think.
Knowing that you're going to get 3 years in prison. I mean, serve 3 years.
You act like his whole old base is going to take him back.
No, I don't think.
And that's
I don't
not even
think
clear to me.
Hold on.
That they like him
Hold on.
and haven't turned their back on him.
We have seen, especially in the music industry, that nothing matters. You can do the worst things in the world. If you produce good music, people will come back. Chris Brown is a great example of that.
He won't lose that, though.
He won't lose that. That's what I'm saying.
He
I
can
don't
do
think
that with Kid Rock.
he can claim Trump.
What did I
Nobody
say?
will care.
We're getting mixed. Yes. No, that's just stupid. Hell no. Nope. Yes. Hell yes. No. All caps. Yes.
This is why it's
no,
a good
Harvey.
question.
The Trump card does not merit here truly. Nope.
Okay,
no,
let me ask it
no.
a different way. Let me ask it a different way. If Diddy sticks his nose up Trump's ass and does this full bore, will Trump pardon him?
Full bore. No.
Yeah, full bore.
Well,
In.
full bore. I
In.
mean, like
Where you can't
literally?
breathe. Just in there.
Our chat is split.
No, I'm really serious. Will Trump pardon him if he just goes?
Wait.
Oh,
So,
yes, exactly. Get in there, Mike.
What?
Hey, now we're talking.
What'd you say?
Thank you for the sandwich.
He's Mike. Oh, you're all.
Hey, it
Well,
was
why'd
good.
you get him a sandwich?
Did you get the fried one?
Yeah, of course.
Well, because
I don't
Mike
know
is the
grill.
ambassador.
Where's my sandwich? I'm starving. Go.
Who is his base, first of all?
His base is mostly liberal. He supported
black
Kamala.
You know what?
So let's just say
Can I say
the black community.
No,
there was a poll that just came out that said 54% approval rating among black men for Trump. So I'm not sure that his base is even against Donald Trump.
His
Just saying.
approval rating among black men is way higher than it is among the
54%.
Accurate Intel was the top pollster, has been the top pollster. That's what they said. So
His
it's
approval
right or
rating,
wrong. I don't know.
Let me ask you.
I don't know.
He campaigned for Kamala. Do you think he can sweet talk Trump during this speech in front of the court to get a pardon?
I think it's a possibility, but he has to really align himself. Like we have both been targeted by the government.
Like I said,
that's what he needs to do.
The nose needs to go
Back
right
channel-
in.
The back channel shit, no. There's no back channel. It's got to be public.
Because if you just flatter him and you support him,
But here's the thing. You risk that Supermanian is going to go on the higher end. If you go after the prosecution,
I know, but
it doesn't matter with the pardon.
But no, if you, guys, you are then putting every egg you have in the pardon basket, which could basically.
But then again, if Superman can only do so much. He does not want to get reversed on appeal.
Correct.
And he doesn't want to make it look like you weren't allowed to make that argument.
Hold on, no, but within Superman's range is 14 months. At the top end of that range is a different lifetime. The
But
bottom
he's not
going to
act in a fit of. He's a judge. He's not going to just listen to Diddy and say now it's 20 years.
Makes it
not
seem
a
like
chance.
here's a person who is not reformed,
there
who
is
is not
there is
rehabilitated.
a difference between going after the victims, which the judge admonished him for earlier, and going after prosecutors who lost the case.
He has to do it.
Who lost
I
the
agree.
case.
He has to do it very deftly in a way that I don't know that he's going to be able to do that deftly. He would have to say, I respect this court. I respect the victim. I'm so
He's
sorry
got to
for what I
mention
did."
Donald Trump.
But you
He's got to mention Donald Trump.
If I were to give you 2-to-1 odds on him mentioning Donald Trump, would you take those odds?
No,
Neither
but
would I.
would I do it if I were him?
I would.
I might well do it.
The way to do it is to say you feel like him, not that you're begging him. You feel like him.
Just like Donald Trump.
Just like Donald Trump would you play the Trump card knowing your base wouldn't forgive you?
Right.
53% say yes. Desperate times call for
desperate measures.
And Trump has already indicated that it's on the table. He's gone both ways. He said both things publicly, that he should let him serve out a sentence versus I can pardon him. He loves power.
Can I say I would do it?
I would do it.
I would do it.
To
I would
save
do
your
it.
hide? I mean, come on.
I would do it. I would do it.
I don't even blame him for doing it.
Right. No.
Because by saying I now understand means you're apologizing for not supporting him before.
Yes.
I now understand
I now get it.
what Donald Trump was saying when he said the Justice Department was weaponized against him. Because I've experienced that, Your Honor. You may agree or disagree, but the bottom line is this jury did not buy what they were trying to sell. And they got into my bedroom the way they tried to get into Donald Trump's bedroom. And it is wrong. It's un-American. And I regret not seeing that back then, but I see it now.
And I know you can say a lot of things about Donald Trump. He can be forgiving, and in ways I think he likes.
The president called him American Hitler, and he put him on the ticket to be the heir apparent. There's no more you need to say than that.
Secretary of State said he was the most dangerous person
I
in
know.
American
I think
democracy.
he likes the groveling in a way.
If you supplicate yourself, you now are.
He loves the groveling.
That's his
Diddy
favorite.
could absolutely get a pardon.
He actually likes the groveling more than supporting him the whole way.
Yes, I
he
agree.
loves when you come back on your
Okay,
head.
you guys guys starting to buy this? You guys starting to buy this a little bit?
I think he's going to get pardoned.
Me too. I've now convinced myself.
No, but he's got to say it.
Gotta say it. Not back channel. Gotta say it.
Got to say it. He's got to say it. Back channel does not work.
You can. Back channel, and the back channel.
JD is lucky I'm not the judge.
JD didn't back channel. JD did it publicly.
You got it. You got to
do it.
Remember Chris Christie standing behind him?
That's right.
Okay, it's 1 o'clock. He's speaking, presumably. So as soon as we get our first word, Liam, you're on. As soon as we get it.
I know. Nothing yet.
I think it's wow.
Keep checking for
Now
updates.
I've convinced myself.
Yeah, me too.
I think he starts with apology, then he talks about substance abuse to say I'm not dangerous, to still gesture towards a light sentence.
And by the way,
and then he drops the hammer.
I don't know.
I feel like Trump.
I don't know where Garagos is right now physically in this mix, whether he's in it or not. But my gut tells me, and I'm going to ask him this in the podcast. I mean, my gut is Mark's. What I'm saying.
Oh, that he's telling him to do this.
My gut is Mark's sensibility is to do something like this.
He's a gunslinger. He's like, this is a big move.
The grilled was just so-so.
Wait, it was so-so?
Yeah.
Did you get
Next
fried?
time, try it. Yeah, I get fried. Spicy fried, no pickles.
Well, I only did it because people on the live stream said I had to do
Celsius
it.
is paying some serious money.
What are you talking about? I'm covering it.
Cover that.
Why are you bringing it up?
I'm going to get a grilled now. Do you guys make it into a salad?
Well, how can that be? Or else they wouldn't make grilled chicken.
No,
but no one goes to Chick-fil-A.
He actually ordered chicken with an apostrophe on the end. Just said, really?
Yeah. By the way, try their mac. They have good mac and cheese. Try the mac and cheese.
Okay,
All right, they're not doing an endorsement here.
Do not do this.
Try their mac and cheese, all right?
I'm just trying to be helpful to the stream.
It's good. Well, why would anybody be incentivized to advertise with us if you're doing that shit and you're talking about stuff for free?
We got him holding cans. We got Jamie with a
guy,
can.
yeah.
Let's go give us free
can every day.
Yeah, but Mike did say, try mac and cheese, or my name's not Mike Babcock.
Okay, we're waiting for Diddy to get word right
We're
now.
laughing our asses off. Diddy's.
He is sweating.
Fighting for his
He
life.
might have sweat through that white sweater, huh?
Oh, God. Is he going to
probably see-through
mention
now.
Donald Trump? Because anything else is not going to work.
Stop.
It's not going to work.
Mike, it's a wet T-shirt
It is
contest.
not.
He's just.
It's not going to work.
Don't do it, Mr. Trump. Look how he acted with you running for president. Oh, now he needs you. What a joke. Save
There
your
is that
pardon.
much.
Oh, yeah, what if it's
He
deeply
doesn't
unpopular? He doesn't
care.
care, though.
He
does what
doesn't
wants.
care.
He doesn't care about the political calculus. He does what he wants, and then people follow.
And especially now. I mean, now he's come out as the Grim Reaper. He doesn't care about anything. If somebody is like sucking up to him and groveling, he'll do it.
Yeah.
I don't think his base even cares. Who cares?
Yeah.
I'm not going to care about that.
They stuck with him for Chris Lee, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're white.
Keep checking for updates.
They were
here.
white, dude.
Still are.
But he let out Alice Walker. Alice, what's her name? Alice Johnson, man.
Not Alice Walker.
At Kim's behest.
Yeah, that was.
It was not.
Oh, well, that was him flirting a little bit.
Anything, Liam?
It doesn't look like they're back in yet.
Maybe it was a number 2 break.
Liam's finger is sore from refreshing.
F5's gonna break on my keyboard.
You really needed a
The
comfort
thing is
break.
worn down. It doesn't even say F5 anymore.
Maybe they're in the back, sort of trying to reach a plea on sentencing.
Liam, good job, by the way.
Yeah, Liam.
Just my job. Thanks.
Good job, Liam.
I think today's job. Yeah.
I like the answer, though.
He said his finger's going to break from pressing F5. And you're like, good job.
That's the job we expect.
10 hours of F5 is crazy, though. Yeah.
Kid hasn't gotten up for lunch.
No, that's tough. Can't imagine.
If Diddy is a changed man with integrity and values, he will not reach out and ask for support from Trump.
Okay.
A man of value.
That's the most naive thing I've ever heard.
Are you kidding? Who said that?
That was Veronica.
Take away their T-shirt.
Veronica.
Take away her T-shirt. I don't know. Like,
Veronica.
Take your shirt off, Veronica.
No, would you stop it? What the hell is wrong with you guys? What's the matter with
no, I meant if we had given her T-shirt, take it away, but it came out like.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
By the way, are there any other dudes who can participate in this conversation?
Please stop it.
Like, it's easy to say when you're not the one getting sentenced.
No, I thought you were back on the t-shirt.
I mean, come on.
Okay, this is his moment. In 12 hours, he's going to look back and say, I should have done X, or he doesn't now. Or he doesn't now.
Wait, you don't think if he doesn't do it today, you don't think there's any possibility that?
No, it's over. It's over.
He doesn't have. He's never going to have a public stage like
Well, no, he can try to get a pardon. But the way to get a pardon is now.
Now is the best time to do it.
Veronica says she stands by it.
Oh, Veronica.
Seriously?
Up to her guns.
Veronica.
Now you get a t-shirt.
Well,
no,
stop it.
Veronica, you were more believable in the comics than now if you're saying that.
Oh my God, Harvey.
The only Veronica
been gone for 45
Did
years.
you just bring up the Archies? Are you going to sing Sugar Sugar while we're waiting?
No, it's the Archies as a group. It's Archie. Archie.
The comic.
The comic is Archie.
Yeah, but the Archies are based on the Archie comics.
Dude, you're totally missing the point. There was a comic. No, I said Archie.
I know.
I didn't say Archies.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But I had this.
All right, well, oh my God, our ratings just plummeted for the last 20 seconds.
Should we go to my office?
We just lost half our lives.
Play some Beatles songs again?
I stand corrected. Keep more comics.
He got really mad over the F's.
Yeah.
We did drop another poll. Do you think Diddy's final words could leave an impression on the judge? 84%.
I don't know. What does Ziggy have to say about that?
No, judge has his mind made up.
Yeah, I think the judge does, but
he's not talking to the judge
now
anymore.
The question is, are you talking to the judge or are you talking to Donald Trump? That's the big question. Because if you're talking to the judge, that ship has sailed. If you're talking to Donald Trump, that's in play.
That boat's still in
I
harbor.
now believe you so much that Agnifilo, who has said this from the beginning to Harvey, said they came into his bedroom. That's some version of that.
It's that
he
version.
He can say these prosecutors climbed. I now feel what Donald Trump felt. They climbed into my bedroom.
I'm gonna vomit in my mouth if you guys keep talking like this. It's so gross that
Wait. New York Times says Diddy's asking for a minute to prepare.
Just a minute?
He wants to say, do I say Donald Trump? Do I say President
Mr.
Trump?
President.
Mr. President. There's a lot of ways to go.
Lord and Savior Donald Trump 2028.
Our Commander-in-Chief.
Yeah.
Do I salute? Things like that.
3 terms is 1 term, 2
It's starting. Okay, he's starting.
Stands by the. One of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. That's it so far.
Okay.
Okay, that's the beat
expected
we knew he
that.
had to hit.
So there's the apology.
My gut tells me he's not going to say it, but should.
Me too.
But should.
Me too. But apology, drugs, and then it.
Oh,
is my-
wait, but now you've come around to.
No, I think he should, but I'm guessing they've talked it. They
talked him down. The same people who booked the speaking engagement.
But he should. But he should.
CNN says that he said, I want to thank you for giving me the chance to finally speak up for myself. He's wearing glasses, looking over papers.
I don't know. Speak up for himself.
Taking an audible exhale, too.
Speak up for himself indicates yes.
I want to personally apologize again to Cassie Ventura for any harm or hurt I've caused her, emotionally or physically.
Bad.
I say that, right? For the
harm,
right? Not
right, not any harm I might have
apologize
caused
if I offended you.
I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. I know that the disgusting video triggered people. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get the help.
There's the drugs. There's the drugs.
So far, not working.
No. Apology, drugs, and then it.
No, I'm saying so far the needle's not moved at all.
No, but he has to hit these beats.
And you're right. He didn't say for any harm I may have caused.
Yes.
No, it's for
the
right.
For
and
the
he
harm.
also said
owning it. You need to own the harm that I.
Thank you.
Said to all domestic violence victims.
I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. For my mother?
Yeah.
He talked about the mother a lot in his letter, her brain surgery and so forth.
This is not different from the letter.
This is public image.
But he asked for 1 minute to prepare, so he added a PS.
This is public image.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Well,
no.
He added, what did he need the minute for?
He called his conduct disgusting, shameful, and sick.
Yeah.
That ain't it.
You got to say these things too. You have to say these things.
But he said that in the letter already.
Yeah, you got to say
Yeah,
it.
but you say it openly to the judge.
Judge did say earlier you have not expressed remorse for the Mann Act violations.
He's now showing that remorse.
Well, he's also, no. You got to address that directly.
The transporting
You
of
got
the
to say, I should
prostitutes?
never
Yeah.
have done what I did by hiring prostitutes.
He's not said that.
And that's what
Oh,
the
you
judge
think-
is
I
asking
should
for.
never have transported
That's what the
prostitutes
judge
across
is
state
asking
lines?
for.
Yeah.
The judge has given him a huge signal. You haven't done this yet, sir, and I got to sentence you, and I got discretion. You read the room with the judge, and you say it.
Acceptance of
that I
response.
accept that I made a huge error in my judgment, and the Mann Act is there for a reason, and I should never have flown.
I got more.
Specific.
Go. I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel ... You taught me better.
What?
I don't know if we're missing something in there.
me better.
He did say, I lost all my businesses, I lost my career, I totally destroyed my reputation. That's good, because remember earlier, his attorney had said, like, he's been victimized by this. He's saying, I brought this on myself.
That's a good note to it.
Again, not moving the needle.
No, I got you. But again, you got to hit beats. If you're just
But
waiting for Trump,
he's
got to deal with
Hold
the
on,
Mann
but
Act.
what it does, it's got to stop the needle from going higher. You're right. It's not moving the needle like he's going to get less. You want to make sure that the judge doesn't go, I'm going to give you more.
No, I know.
Everything I've heard.
You should address the Mann Act.
You think a specific apology that he transported prostitutes?
The judge asked for it.
He asked for it.
The
The
judge
one thing you
asked
haven't
for
done
it.
is
You read the
specific
room.
thing you
The
were
judge
convicted
asked for it.
Right. You need to stop the needle.
So does the judge have a number in his head, or does he have 2 numbers in his head? He said, if I like what I hear, I'll go with the lower. How does it work?
Picking it out of a
Price
hat.
is right.
No, but how does he do? I mean, does he know what he's going to do
Yeah,
right
he
now?
knows. He knows what he's going to do.
he knew walking in, he had it. But
he said
we
he was
talked about this. We had said yesterday, he knew what he was going to do unless it was a bombshell.
And I think there was a bombshell.
I do too.
The speaking engagement was a
whole idea he
bombshell.
set up a speaking
Here's more.
engagement for Monday.
I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed.
This is to your point that he's still playing to
Better
his
address
community.
the Mann Act.
And-
Judge
and
made
you-
it
and you
very
said that.
clear
He
this
did.
morning.
The judge made it very
You've got
clear.
us. You didn't show remorse for it yet.
Do you think as a
He will.
box-checking exercise, the judge is waiting for acceptance of responsibility for the Mann Act specifically?
I don't know if it's a box check, but I'm saying at least if he says, and I apologize for
Can't
belatedly
thumb your
telling
nose
you
at the
this.
judge who told you you did not do this. So if you get your chance to speak, you better do it.
You better do it.
How does he do it? Does he say, I apologize to the women? Oh, sorry. I apologize to the men that I paid to commit crimes by coming across
I
the line.
realized what I did was against the law. I understand why I was convicted. I never should have hired prostitutes. I never should have flown them across state lines. I never should have done this. I understand. I am remorseful, and I regret this deeply.
I feel you, but it feels so perfunctory
Hold
next to
on.
the other
Are his
things.
rights to appeal, he can still appeal his conviction, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if making those
Thank you,
statements compromises that appeal in some way.
Because he lost on the Rule 30.
Then you just say,
Sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help I need.
He's not
All right, I told you that he would throw his mercy on the court. He has yet to bring up his age being of relevance, but he's using the kids and their need.
unmoved.
saying them.
Judge is not going to be moved by that.
Yeah.
You can't throw your, throwing yourself at the mercy of the court. The judge asked you for something.
lesser
First of all, Diddy cannot confess to a matter of law. That's still for the lawyers to argue. It's not compromising anything.
But he's saying, I feel like I violated.
How are they not hearing
Because
what the
I
judge
do
said?
think there's a point that maybe he doesn't think he did anything wrong. He knows he was a bad dude. He's apologized.
Who cares if he
I know,
thinks?
I know. But I think to the point the judge is making, tell me that what you did was wrong, not just as you as a man, not just for you for your community. because it was a violation of law, and there were victims in that. Not just Cassie, it's who he's applied, but the society's victimized when people.
Do you accept responsibility for the violation of the law? And he has not said it.
Specifically said it out of the gate.
Yes. All he said is he's sorry for things he wasn't convicted of. Violence towards women.
Play to
What do
the
you
judge.
think? What do you think about the ask your honor for mercy?
I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story, it's not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic.
That's playing the victim again. Yeah. This story.
I beg for your honor for mercy. I don't know if you want to beg for mercy. I think you want to ask.
It's throwing yourself at the mercy of the court. No,
yeah.
But you're throwing yourself at the wrong person.
It's standard. I mean,
No. But he should be asking for mercy from.
All I'm saying is it doesn't do anything. It's like everything you've heard so far is not going to move.
Doesn't move it.
Well, you're saying the only thing he's got to apologize for the Mann Act.
Absolutely.
And then Derek's insistent that he plays to Trump.
Well, I'm insisting that would be a good idea.
I think he's going to do
that. But that's the only receptive audience.
I just don't think he's going to do it.
Well, if he's going to do it, he's going to end
public
with
image
it.
audience. And by the way, I'm a man of God, and I lost my way. That is to help with his image with the community. When he gets out, whenever that is, that's what that's about.
And Charles is right, but that community that he's still playing towards, that may be in his mind, but he's lost a lot of them, and he still has a receptive ear in President Trump.
There is forgiveness. We've talked about Chris Brown all morning. There is absolute forgiveness.
If Your Honor gives me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. Your Honor gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for not guilty, I assume is what that is.
Oh, he's thinking. That's
For the not guilty
I know,
verdict?
that's pretty belated.
Well, he hasn't had a chance to speak.
No, I know, but like, why is he telling the judge
It's
that?
like-
The judge didn't agree with that, probably.
Yeah, whatever.
When you talk in court, really anywhere, but in
Can you try
court,
refreshing? Is it broken for you?
everything you say has to be strategic to move the judge. He's not going to be moved by any of this.
Yeah.
It's like
He only had 1 minute to prepare. It's not bad.
he's had 5 hours on the Mann
He
Act.
had 13 months to prepare.
I know. It's a joke because he said I need a minute.
How is the judge not offended though if he brings up Donald Trump and basically
offended.
right?
That's the risk.
No. Here's how he's not offended. You go after prosecutors. He's not going after the judge.
How about this?
He's saying the prosecutors are overzealous.
Just
Not a
protect
kangaroo court.
prosecutors.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
on
but
the
that's
same
a
system.
nuance point. That's a nuance
How about
point.
this? How about this? Your Honor, I violated the Mann Act, and I own that, and I accept it, and I regret it.
I got it. I take full responsibility for my Mann Act conviction.
There you go.
They want you to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me.
Okay, well,
my children.
maybe a little more in the Mann Act. A little more in the Mann Act.
He's quoted the
But
law.
no, how about this? No, but here's what I'm saying.
He checked the box.
And I regret what I did in the Mann Act, and it was wrong and everything else. But on the other charge,
Yes.
I feel like I was a victim, like the president.
He could do it.
Yes, that's the segue.
Yeah, he could do it.
Go for it.
He's not going to do it, but he could do it.
We'll see when he hits refresh.
I don't know.
F5. Honestly,
F5 to you.
Yeah.
Because that is.
Are you pressing F5, Liam, or not?
Yes.
Oh, no, I don't believe you.
F5.
Hey, Janet, do you know what
That's a
time
good
did he
segue.
start? Yeah, did he start?
Not going to do it. I don't. It's becoming less likely that I'll do it.
Yeah.
Well, no, you do it at the end.
406.
You do, but
ish.
It doesn't seem to be winding up for it.
106. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know what that means. And not that the judge is going to hyperanalyze his words. I don't take lightly my Mann Act conviction. That's all he said. He didn't say I apologize.
He didn't say I violated it.
Take it
He didn't even
lightly.
say that. He just said, I don't take lightly that it
He
happened.
said, he then went on, I understand the severity of it, and I'm having to deal with the consequences. He should have said, and I apologize to the victim of my act.
Because his next sentence also was, the prosecutors want to make an example out of me, indicating that it's a false conviction.
It was not a good
It was not a
reference.
the opposite.
All right, so he's done. So you owe me the $100.
Not me. I never
Did you bet on it?
I never bet anything.
Of course he did.
His last lines are, no matter what anybody says, I know that I'm truly sorry for it all.
12 minutes long is what the Times was saying.
He didn't do it.
Are we writing this up?
He did not do it.
Can we slam that?
I think in a day where they had a lot of missteps, this was the biggest.
The biggest?
I think
this was the one that could have worked.
Releases him on his own recognizance.
Yeah. This is the step that they should have taken.
His
even though
statement meant nothing.
Right?
It meant nothing.
And
He
why?
didn't even apologize
I
for the
just don't
Mann Act.
understand.
And he didn't do the basic apology. The judge said, "You didn't do X."
Judge is taking 5 minutes.
What did he say about his Mann Act conviction?
So, but how? Why though? He's got the best lawyers.
I know.
Why?
Yeah, he said, I don't
can't-
take the
what's the
Mann Act
explanation?
conviction
I don't know.
lightly.
Listen to the Two Angry Men
He said, I take
podcast,
full
and we'll find
responsibility
out.
for my Mann
I
Act.
don't.
Your co-host's daughter is his.
I'm going to ask.
This is
the line here, I
Taking 5
take
minutes.
full
Danielle,
responsibility for
mic
my
down.
Mann Act conviction.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what he
Hold
said.
on.
Okay, I'm reading
He's
something
reading the
different.
transcript.
Okay.
Are you from the Times? Is that what
Yeah.
Okay.
But what I have here is I
Interesting.
don't take lightly my Mann Act conviction. I understand the severity of it, and I'm having to deal with the consequences. But are you saying something? This is not
said I
being
take full
transcribed live in
I
court.
see. I take full responsibility for my Mann Act.
Oh, that's possible.
conviction.
Well,
But that's different than...
these are
different things.
out of court transcriptions. We're not exactly sure what
Yes.
exactly is being said. We're
Yes.
okay.
Well, wait, so I accept responsibility for the conviction is kind of what you need.
What I have is I do not take lightly
That's very different.
my Mann Act conviction.
It doesn't even sound like it's legitimate. I don't take it lightly that it happened.
I'm
sure you
Those are two different wild...
We're not exactly sure what he said.
But
he could have said both. I could be seeing one part.
That's
and
true.
He could
He
be
could have
saying
said-
We are
right?
parsing words in a way that probably the judge is not going to.
But no apology to the victim.
He tried to
But
apologize.
that would have been the easy thing, and I
Right.
apologize
Right.
to the victims
So
of my conduct.
my sense of this.
It's a miss, man.
Now we're in a 5-minute break where the judge is going to come out and rule. My sense of this is that we talked about this before, that the judge probably had his mind made up, and the only thing that could happen is a bombshell.
Diddy has wrapped up his statement, so we're now waiting on the sentencing. We're not going to stay long for that because I'm going to come back and other lives and give tea on other lives. Okay, we've been here since like 6 o'clock this morning. We're going to do all of our parts of the series of Diddy's until we're done. The look back on what got him convicted in here. Now sentencing. Okay, let's get it. Thank you for sipping tea with Tanisha Talks Tea. It's been a long morning and afternoon. Thank you so much for sitting here at the tea table in the room with Tanisha Talks Teas on Diddy being sentenced, chiming in with
that could take you either way. There was a bombshell, and if it goes any way, it's going to go up in terms of the sentence.
From where he was, which we don't know
From where he was, and we don't know where the judge was.
We have an indication that he was high.
Well, we have an indication. Way higher, way higher.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be 5 years minimum.
Correct. He was looking at that range, so the indication was he was in that range.
Let's be very, very clear. The judge said the sentencing guidelines put me in this range. Now, the judge has incredible authority to go way higher or way lower.
No indication of going lower.
He's not
Zero.
going lower.
We don't. I know, but
He
I
said,
just think I don't want to read
he
that
started,
relief
He
as
started
being-
with violence.
Yeah.
And he said it's an enhancement.
Yes.
So he's not going to look at his sentencing guideline and then go lower when there's an enhancement.
No, there are other things that are mitigation.
There are mitigations.
It's a big deal to go downward
department because somebody's showing true remorse.
First-time offender.
We can argue that that's built into the guidelines, but we can argue whether he showed true remorse. I think he did. He showed true remorse. You can argue that he's made a victim. He's acknowledged the victims of his crimes. He's done it. These are all mitigations. So I don't think that just because he announced what the guidelines are means that that's where he was
Well,
going
we'll
to
see.
be.
You're right. It doesn't automatically.
There are a lot of aggravating too.
He
and so
seemed
it
very
could well
keyed
be.
in on the
Right,
aggravating.
He did.
I just have to, like,
I mean,
throughout the case.
And I do think it's a miss, to your point, to not mention the Mann Act victims.
It is a judge
Meaning the
who
prostitute.
denied him bail after the acquittals.
Yeah, right.
Denied him bail.
Right.
So the judge felt that strongly about his violence.
Even though he agreed to put up $10 million, 50 million, and wear an ankle bracelet.
Yeah.
So he's not a risk of flight. He was not a risk to the community. He was going to put up a huge bail amount, and he still denied bail to him.
Who are
That's a big,
it's a big deal.
screaming.
Who
big
are you
deal.
saying are the Mann Act victims? The prostitutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The prostitutes and Cassie and Jane.
It's a crime
The
of violence.
prostitutes who were paid to go across.
It's a crime of violence.
You know,
against
it's
the
really
property.
hard to call it a crime of violence.
What they do is statutorily, it is a crime of violence. But the violence was he took the prostitutes across state lines for Jane and for Cassie. Those were the two Mann Act convictions.
Guys,
Anyway.
the Mann Act, they can call it violent, but it's not a violent.
It's not
crime.
No,
violent.
and he
honestly-
certainly didn't perpetrate it in a violent way.
And honestly,
the
I think if you
transportation.
were to really ask most Americans, we wouldn't even want it to be a crime. you know,
Right.
They probably
it's a
right.
prostitution case.
It's a prostitution case.
He gave them great
Of
accommodations.
consenting adults. Now, there could have been an argument that there wasn't consent here, but the jury found there was consent. There was no coercion.
Right.
So it's a consenting adults engaging
Except
in
that sometimes he flipped on the camera without getting their consent. There was some
but
of
he
the
wasn't
things,
charged for that. You're right, and the judge could take that into account.
Yeah.
Right.
There's testimony about that.
Yeah. And there was testimony of violence in the perpetration of it, even though the jury didn't say it went beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Summoned. Oh,
yeah.
Harvey.
Jeez, Harvey.
Honestly, just burn that. What the?
Jeez,
what the?
Rich man Harvey over here.
When we were doing our whole band.
My mic down, Daniela.
Did he really?
No, I don't know.
I don't believe so.
We dropped the same poll again, asking because we're updating as this goes on how long they think that Diddy's going to be sentenced for. For 0 to 4 years, 5 to 9 years, or over 10 years.
Yeah. Last time I think it was 42%.
Is this Vegas? Are we doing Vegas now?
Yeah, I love this.
We're actually back down to 0 to 4 years at 43%.
Okay, so
0 to 4.
That's come up.
So
they bought the speech.
So correct me if I'm wrong. The first time we did this was 0 to 4 was high. It was in the 50s.
Much higher.
And the second time. It was 5 to 9 had the most number of votes, about 45% or so, and now that 45% has gone back.
So let me ask you a question. They heard Liam reading his speech, and that landed for
they're just
1 to 4.
No, they're not. They're just guessing what the judge is going to do, and I think.
But they must think that something has happened to change that calculus, and the only thing that we've done is Liam reading the speech, which I thought didn't move it at all. I'll be honest. I just didn't think it hit any of the substance abuse. I think is helpful on the violence part because
he already said it in the letter.
He said in the letter.
No, but it says he's so preoccupied with he's going to be violent. I don't know.
He didn't hit that as hard as I would have thought.
I know.
I would have given 3 paragraphs to the fact I was a drug addict.
I think because he can't. He's only been sober for 13 months because he's been locked up.
Yep.
He hasn't been on some long road to recovery.
Okay. Is the judge going to mention the hubris of the speech engagement?
No.
Yes.
You think so? You think that bombshell will be addressed?
Yes.
I don't.
As an indication that he has shown
that he's not taking this seriously.
I think he will start out by saying, "I want to appreciate what everybody said. He's going to recognize that Mr. Combs has apologized for acts. It seems truly remorseful, but there were some things in court that he.
So how are we doing this sentence when it comes down? Well, wait a minute. Do we have like a post, a separate post with it?
Yes. No matter what anybody says.
Okay, and then what we'll do is
sorry.
We'll put the
not?
sentence in. Who's writing it, Austin? So can we get it?
Yeah, I mean, depends on what it is, but try to do it years.
Thank you.
We're good at math.
Liam, anything?
Yeah, there's a new one. It's
Whatever you can do it fast.
Okay, quiet everybody. Go, Liam.
Just do that. Yes, that's fine.
Go.
Judge says, we saw the video, the free game course in the MDC. The court hopes you continue to expand it. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences. The court has to consider all of your history here.
Uh-oh. That's a long history.
Continuing to expand it.
Yeah.
Is that something?
Just read every single thing you get.
Yeah, I am.
He noted his philanthropic work, his devotion to his family, and his work battling drug addiction. However, the court has to consider all of your history here.
Did we post that addresses the court? Okay.
Website.
New one. A history of good works can't take away the record in this case. You abused these women. You used that abuse to get your way, freak-offs and hotel nights. The evidence of the abuse is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony.
There you go.
Here it comes.
Wow. This could be bad.
Here it comes.
There
Here
you
comes
go.
the hammer.
Had he started with violence, it would have been better for Diddy than he started with the good.
Twitter doesn't break on it.
The quote in the Times is, it shows you abuse the power and control over the lives of women who you profess to love.
View of him.
We're getting ready for the sentencing of Diddy. Drop those teacups in the chat. The judge does not sound as if he's leaning toward a lesser. So let's just keep our teacups up. Keep your teacups up, sippers. If you're new, subscribe.
Can't wash away the record is a hammer drop. That means he dismissed the video in like 2 sentences.
Oh.
I mean, not that I thought that would move it, but.
Who got stabbed 17?
This was subjugation. That is the reality of what happened. These offenses irreparably harmed 2 women. You plied them with drugs. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and resources to keep it going. You were more than a John.
That's interesting to say you were more than a John.
Yeah.
You're not just the guy that hired somebody. You were the puppeteer. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, but he was just
He
convicted
brings
on
up
hiring prostitutes.
you drove Miss Ventura and Jane to thoughts of ending their lives.
So
pretty
he
remarkable.
He bought things that the jury didn't.
Well, the jury didn't beyond a reasonable doubt, but they may have still
And also,
believed it.
And they also had to be in further. Yeah,
conspiracy,
exactly.
And they might say that this was a state law crime that you committed, but to be sentenced for the
Right.
fact.
It wasn't sex trafficking by force.
This is not going well for him.
No. We could be looking closer to the prosecutor's recommendation.
It's not going to be. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be 6 years.
6 years. Okay, that's at the low end of the sentencing guidelines.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I still, yeah. That sounds right to me. 7.
At least.
Maybe the 7.3. That's the real message. Top of the range.
A significant sentence is required to deter. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again. After Miss Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was public and investigation started, you had a brutal hotel night with Jane, punched her in the head.
So he brought that up.
Yeah.
Right as he was under indictment.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
7.3. 7.25.
Wait, that line made you go up by 1.5 years?
He said significant sentence. I mean.
Hold on. Hey, guys, hold on. Let's see what he says. He's coming in for a landing here.
He already said requires a sentence.
Significant sentence.
Yeah.
God, I'm standing like it's in court. I stood up.
Yeah. This is even a lot more tense than the verdict.
You're not the one who's getting sentenced.
This feels a lot more tense. The verdict was tense, but this seems more tense to me. Much quieter.
Do we have a second? Where's the second cam?
There.
I just think someone should be close up on Liam when he says it. Maddie, can you? Oh, you do have it?
Jane says he told her, take this pill, do out there and suck his dick. Fuck him, I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
The judge said all those words?
Yeah.
Unless he censored himself. I mean.
Holy cow.
What did the judge say?
Yeah,
the judge said suck his dick.
No, the judge said you plied her with drugs and then instructed her to do this.
But he's going graphic.
Well, yeah, he's reading from the testimony.
My goodness.
Jesus. He is.
He's going to
The
prison
statement
for
the
a
court is
long
not
time.
assured that you will not do these acts again is huge. It's a specific deterrent. It's not general to the public at large.
100%.
He says, I have to stop you from doing it again.
100%.
He might go 11.
100%.
This is sounding like 11.
No. I don't think so. But I'm going to go up from 6 now.
He's gesturing in that direction.
I'm going to 6. I don't know. I don't know.
20's on the table.
7's feeling more likely.
The prosecutors only asked for 11.
Did he?
I don't see him going north of the prosecutor's recommendation.
But
It's sounding like 7, which is close to the high range of
sounded like 11. He said the trial
Diddy
record.
comes out of prison, a relatively old man.
Well, 11 years. Even if he gets the 11, you're out in.
Well, let's see what he
He's
says.
56.
Let's see what he says.
60, isn't he?
Watch here. How old is Diddy?
The drugs may have exasperated
we've
your
already done
erratic and violent
They're behind
behavior.
us.
56.
Not exasperated. Exacerbated.
But I'm watching
Made fast.
they get the
One of my
55 would be 56.
See, look at Laura Coates' shot compared to
substantial sentence is required to send a message to abusers and victims alike that exploitation and violence against women is met with real accountability.
Thank you.
Wow.
That's what the judge just said.
135 months would be more than necessary. The full quote is exploitation of violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. The court reaches few conclusions. 135 months would be more than necessary.
More than necessary.
Yes, more than necessary.
Okay.
So he's going to go under that.
That's the 11 years.
That's the 11 years.
11 and a quarter.
3 months? That's 11.3, right?
Yeah, that's the prosecutor's.
Yeah.
So he's saying, well, I'm not going to go with the prosecutor.
11 and a quarter is yeah.
Well, no, he's just quoting the prosecutor.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Which is 10 years from now.
Correct.
So he's not going to go 11, but he will go.
Did he say way more than necessary? What did he say?
Just more than necessary.
Just more.
I wonder if he'll now address the 14 months the defense said.
He's so far past that.
No, I know, but I
Yeah.
wonder.
Is grossly. If he says grossly.
This is it, folks. This is
He was
it.
acquitted of 2 major charges.
Does seem it.
Denver 7 News, connecting our community.
Yep.
Mine's.
And the prosecutors didn't really overplay it. They didn't ask for 20. They asked for 11.
Tension is building. Tension is building.
Prosecutors played it.
Okay, so the judge just said the 11 years the prosecutors asked for is too much.
Said it's
but
not, it is not reasonable. That's what the judge said.
Well, so now the question is, where does he land? He has been very clear. This is going to be substantial prison time. We just don't know what it is that he's about to say. And it's not going to be the 14 months that the defense is asking.
Levin, you don't know.
Go outside of the range.
A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that. But 14 months time served.
Probably 5, they said.
Why did he say even probation?
Has turned down the defense guys. He's turned
I'm gonna
down
go
what
back
the
to 5.
defense wanted.
Yours. I'm gonna go.
So the judge said that 11 years would be, over sentencing for Diddy. Diddy has no criminal record, but he is saying that the 14 months of the defense was saying they wanted for Diddy is too less of a sentence for what Diddy is convicted of today.
You gotta stick with your original.
I said over 5.5.
I know you are 5. You can't just.
You're floating all around.
I'm floating.
But I said
Diddy going and having a meeting or whatever he was going to do, speak somewhere in Miami is not happening. Okay, he's not getting out today, tomorrow, Sunday, or Monday.
I'm going 5.
5.5 was the line. You go under.
I'm going 5.
You go over.
I'm going 7.
I go over.
Yeah.
I go top end of the sentencing range, so I go 7.
I go 7.
Really? It does that sometimes.
What are they saying?
They think 5 to 7 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's Vegas saying?
They're saying 5 to 7. Live streams.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything.
How long? Live streams.
They're trying to make poly markets on things you can't even make poly markets on.
You pressing that button, Liam?
Sure am.
Oh, God, I do have a question for you, Charles. The other show? Do we go live?
Judge says, here the data shows a wide variety of sentences. Weighing all the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration.
50.
4 years.
4 years.
50.
4 years, 2 months.
2 months.
Yep.
Wow.
50 months.
Do that 4 years, 2 months?
4 years, 2 months in prison.
Wow.
He served a year. He gets some time. He gets 15% credit, so he'd be at 14-ish.
2.5 years.
2 months.
So, and then he gets another 15% in the remaining.
Yeah.
He's out in 2 years.
Yeah. Should have stuck with the original guess.
I know.
Yeah. My
I
goodness.
know.
Wow. It didn't seem to be going in that direction.
Okay. Jan's
We
putting
putting that up?
Just in, Diddy got 50 months, 4 years. Okay, so 11 just broke that down. He should be out in about 2. Breaking sentencing for Diddy. Diddy got 4 years.
This is lighter than I thought.
50 months. Put that up right now.
Yeah, Jan is posting.
You want to say in the headline, credit for time served?
No,
we don't need that.
No,
not
okay.
in the headline.
So, what we need to do is calculate this. So,
all right, so 4 years, 2 months. He's
14
been in for 13 months.
He's been in for 12,
50 months,
right?
Harv. He's been in for
so 14 months. So
been in
now
for
we're
13.
talking 3 years.
37
and
months.
And for 3 years, what's 15% of 3 years? 36.
37 months, so 15% of that is about 5 months. Four months.
He'll get other credits.
months.
He's going to serve
5
around a little more than 2 years.
Right.
He'll serve a little more than 2
From
years.
here. He's already served a
50
year. He's going to
12,
serve
and
2
then
plus.
2 plus.
Times
Gets
what?
15%.
Yeah.
15%
This was
of
not enough
36. It's 5.
No, of 38.
Yeah, I mean, this was a roller coaster with the judge.
Judge really head faked us. He
Yeah.
seemed like he was going high.
Yeah.
Did you say
It's
15%
50 minus
50 minus 12, not 50
minus
minus
12.
14, right?
No, 15%
Okay,
off. 15 minus 14.
Now to the point.
14.
Use this.
sentenced to 50. Subtract 13 that he served.
That's 37.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, hey, guys,
37
we need
now,
to do something
15%.
for the TMZ show.
Otherwise.
Guys, can you
Thanks.
look? Okay, we have.
31.
Okay, the judge is about to sentence Diddy. Okay? 50 months in prison.
We've done it based on the pure math. 50 minus 14, 13 he's already served, minus 15% gets you to 31 and a half months.
Yes.
So that's just over 2.5 years.
Right.
Correct.
Well, and there are other credits he can get.
So we're talking 2 plus.
We're talking 2+ years. So he will serve around
one
2+ years
Yeah,
in
you see
prison.
that? Yeah.
The judge sentenced
No,
Diddy
hold on. It's on
50
there.
months in prison.
Yeah.
50 months. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So Agnifilo said they're going to get back to the judge Monday on where he's going to go.
Right.
Yeah. So Monday.
Okay. That's a big deal.
And
Where he goes
recommendation on where
is
he goes.
really,
Yeah.
really going to be important to
Recommendation.
decide.
Yeah,
Right. The quality of his life over the next 30
Gonna be way
months,
better than now.
It could be some federal prisons are country clubs, others are brutal. It could be a huge.
Yeah, we also don't
NBC
know,
Brooklyn
we
is
don't
quite
know if
bad.
he's
most-
going to like minimum security or
We don't.
have
It's
no
a
idea.
light sentence. So you
He
can serve
probably
these in-
will get a minimum security. He'll probably get a minimum. Yeah,
If he
he'll
gets a- really?
Yeah.
True country club, a white collar.
No.
I don't know,
think it'll be a
but it's
camp.
going to be a
For a
minimum
violent
security.
offense? A violent offender?
Yeah, it's going to be a minimum security for a Mann Act. Yeah, it's going to be
It
minimum.
is a Mann Act. Right? It's not
Yeah.
violence with a drug
He
or with.
will
with-
almost certainly be minimum security. Okay.
Are we cool? Or
Wow.
what do you
Yeah,
think?
I mean, that's it,
So
guys. That is the
Wow.
conclusion of United States versus Sean Combs. We will find out Monday where the judge recommends that he's put, but the Federal Bureau of Prisons ultimately will make that decision.
He can appeal this. I mean, there's a lot of stuff.
But in
this-
the meantime, he's going
In
to
the
prison.
meantime, he's going to prison.
What the
Not for
judge
real.
ultimately did here
Short enough.
was he really landed in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he literally landed smack in the middle from what the defense wanted and what the
Well,
prosecution
middle
wanted.
to light.
Yeah. And
He
I-
ended up lighter
I have
than
to tell you,
half of the.
it-
like,
Considering all the
appeal-
things he said leading
Yeah.
up to it, you would have thought
That it was
gonna
going
be
higher.
middle
Yeah,
high.
yeah.
An
But middle
appeal,
left.
Yeah.
I know Diddy has a ton of money, but an appeal would cost him $10 million.
Oh, he's gonna
at
appeal.
least. It'll cost him $10 million, and what is
Serve it.
and the appeal
No, he's
itself
absolutely
will take
gonna appeal.
12 to 18 months. I
He's
guess there's a lot-
absolutely
He
gonna
will,
appeal.
but appeals take so much time, and the
And money.
sentence is so short.
Here's the thing about it. This appeal is not going to stick.
Right.
No,
So
So
this is
then
a
that's
very
the point.
reasonable
The point
sentence.
is why throw good money after bad?
Right. He's got the civil suits to
Because
deal
you
with.
never know.
And
No, but he has
does
the
have
civil
the
suits
civil
to
suits
deal with. He needs to preserve some of his capital. He's got hundreds of civil
I
suits.
wonder
he's
how much
going to.
money he has left. I really do. No. It's going to cost $100 million to get from the civil suits.
Imposes a fine of $500,000, including to defray the cost of imprisonment. There is no restitution, but there is forfeiture as reflected in the order. There is a $5,000 fine under the statute and special assessment $200.
But wait a minute, you said a $500,000 fine.
The court imposes a fine of $500,000.
So let's make sure we get that in. $500,000 fine.
That's around here.
And then there's a $5,000 fine under the statute.
That's
and the
a fine
special
fine.
assessment of $200.
But it is good money after bad for a 2.5-year sentence.
Okay, Kyle, we need to do live. Okay, are we doing it from here?
What?
Now. And he's probably not going to answer, so just keep calling him.
Videos of them doing.
Ask him if we can do it.
Diddy, sentence 50 months equals 4. You come back up here to do the live on where Diddy will be housed in the feds, okay? So continue to stay tuned. Drop those teacups in the chat. Let me know how you feel about Diddy only getting 50 months. Was it enough or not enough? Let us know, sippers, in the chat.
At 2 o'clock.
Oh, where they are now?
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Okay, here we go.
Hey, Sam.
Are we 10 even?
No, 10.
Okay. Diddy sentenced to 4 years, 2 months?
Yep. 4 years, 2 months.
Likely to serve 2 years.
But hold on, we're just talking about the lower third. We're doing an even, and we're not doing no T's, right? Yeah. Right.
Okay, here we go.
And we are Skype.
Okay, and what are we using here? Are we using the video still?
Yep.
And Jacob?
Not Jacob.
Not Jacob. Can we get Jacob live? See if you can get Jacob quickly. We'll wait a second, see if you can get Jacob, and we won't use his Skype. Yeah, we don't need a Skype.
He's still in court. He's still in court. That's right. The judge is speaking to Cassie and Jane.
We're going to skip on over from TMZ. We're going to go to Court TV on crime. You hear me, Kalani? Diddy got 4 years in the poking. All right, y'all. Diddy has been sentenced. Okay. 4 years. The Associated Press has chimed in. I got a few more minutes to sip some more tea on Diddy, and then I have to roll. Okay. But Diddy will be rolling to a federal. I've been trickle down. What federal prison? What federal prison do you guys think Diddy will go to? People are saying Trump don't care about Diddy. Buy Diddy. How does he get bail? Baby oil into the prison. Prime of his life, 55 to 60, locked up. Baby oil sales will drop. Murderers walk free. People laugh, but if this happened to you, it wouldn't be so funny. If we only had people to trust, free Diddy. Guess he will be going to Miami. That really sunk him. Only 4 freaking years. Ha ha, Diddy. When will he be out, chat? He will still be rich. Don't drop the soap puff. People are saying they're happy with this. Trump won't do anything for Puffy. Diddy did it. Club fed for 3 years. Laugh out loud. Just don't drop the soap puff. We don't give a F about P. Diddy. Release the J-Lo vids, please. This is so disturbing. Trump will pardon him. Laugh out loud. Is Trump next? No justice in the USA. The case is out of the way. And it is. We're wrapping up Diddy, y'all. I'm gonna let this run a little bit longer, just so we can get some more, insight and intel on what's happening after court with Diddy. Okay, but I'm not gonna be sipping so much tea. I'm gonna chime in every now and again, but I'm gonna let the tape roll. So the twins are in no mood to talk to anybody or give a statement. They are rushing right from the courthouse into the Combs Sprinter. Okay, they are in no mood. So they are taunting the Combs kids, right? Their daddy got 4 years. That's not long enough for abusing women. He should have got more time. Exactly. Exactly. We're gonna wrap it up with Popcorn Planet. Shout out to them. Go over there, subscribe. Excessive amount of over $10 million to appeal. And I mean, Diddy might want to save some face and grace in this financially because I know they've been bleeding him, right? And then it could take longer than he just sit his black ass down. He only, got a couple years. He got 4, but he'll only do a couple because he already got time served, and then he'll get some good time as long as he don't get in there and act a fool, right? So it's like, why appeal? Really, why appeal? To make yourself look better in the eye of what? Because we already saw what was going on before, then during the raids, then during the arrest, then during the trial, and now. So come on, Diddy. I think Diddy would be a fool to do that. The judge refused to let Diddy out on bail. By no means was he budging to let Diddy out on bail. So I just sit there if I were Diddy and do my time.
We still be
I'm ending. We had a great day covering Diddy. He was sentenced, y'all, 4 years, okay? 2 months, 50 months, okay? So I'm going to see, what will be the tea to sip on Diddy in the up and coming weeks about where he'll be landing and how he's faring. So I'm staying on Diddy's tea, right? I'm going to continue to put up the series parts. I'm on part 26. I'm going to continue that tomorrow. I'm not going to put up a part today. I could. But I'm going to relax with my family. I've been on Diddy since 6 o'clock this morning, about 10 hours. So you guys stay tuned to more of Diddy's tea, right? He is yet to be placed in a federal lockup, and that's coming next. Okay, how his kids are doing and everything else. So thank you so much for sipping tea with Tanisha Talks Teas. Diddy was sentenced today, y'all. Ding dong, the warlock is gone, but only for 4 years, okay, and 2 months, okay, and with the good time and everything, probably be out in about 2 years, and I'll be back in about 2 days with some live updates on Diddy's sentencing. Thank you. Bye. Oh, and remember, stay safe and stay sipping. Bye. Thanks for watching. Remember to show your support by liking, subscribing, and sharing. It's a blessing. Keep your teacups filled and ready for my next upload. Until then, stay inspired and remember, always stay sipping.